I'm moving on for good. At least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. 'Cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. Pull it in a gold quick, pull it till it pants, yeah, I'm pulling off a pole quick, put him in a chest, picking up the brains, put the in my pants, yeah, I'm picking up the bands, going psycho. You suck like lipo, that's a big damn wish, I'ma take on that bite though. Like savages, we gon' rabbit it, no bandages for those cracks in it, so hazardous, the main mansion it, so cavitous, when I cracked the skull, I had the bliss, I got so excited, I had it, now imagine it, I'm finna manifest it, if I manifest it, if I have you blessed, and I'm a damaging it, yeah, I'm back to winning, yeah, I'm back to quitting myself, my prison got you finished, yeah, I had a minute, yeah, ain't at the limit, no, I'm back to winning, I'm back to business, I'm back to finish, yeah, I'm back to winning. Who's asking? If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like mansion. Let me taste like man. Let me taste. I put it too handsome. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curb, no crash. I said he back. I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running it like check. Play with my put in the bag. I'm putting it back. I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack. Yeah, making it kick with it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CCA Summer Series, the final week of league play. 4 weeks of action have all led up to this, coming down to the wire for the playoff picture in the championships next weekend. I'm Vodable. We got Seb, Bass, and Herc here on the broadcast, and it's going to be a great time. And everyone, how hyped are you to finally figure out who the top 6 of each region is going to be?
Oh, it is way too exciting. Everything has come to the wire. We had an incredibly heated podcast the other week to figure out who was going to be in that top 6. We talked about all of our rankings. We're figuring out who is at the top of the echelon here for Summer Series. And for both East and West, guys, it's getting incredibly competitive.
Bro, this is nuts. I mean, I left for like 1 week and like everybody was fighting and there was like tweets going out. Bass hyperventilates every time somebody speaks.
I Seb had some of the takes of all time on Friday. That's the best way I can really put it.
They weren't
look, man.
lonesome takes, okay? I had many people agreeing with me. Just
You
like
had some good takes, but I watched back the entire VOD of that today, and I still can't believe what you said about Maryville, the #1 team in the West, and you're like, yeah, they're going to bottom out as soon as they hit playoffs. That was a bold call, if any. But here's the thing.
We did see that
it
happen
doesn't
for
matter.
WVU, to be fair, last time.
We do.
Not for Summer Series, but we did see that for CRL. They lost
Yeah,
both their series and then
true.
didn't do anything.
Look, at this point, I'm just excited because we get to find out who's joining Maryville and the rest of the teams here in playoffs today. Today has a couple of matches that are quite literally make or break. Teams need to win, or it's more or less over for them.
Sorry, distracted by a cat. Well, speaking of that, let's take a look at the East standings and see how things have developed up to this point in time. And, well, of course, there is a few things guaranteed in life. It is death, taxes, and Northwood make it into the playoffs. Of course, they haven't secured the #1 seed just yet, but they're pretty close to doing just that, depending on how the record goes for the rest of the teams out there. I mean, a 32-game differential. The only games I think they have lost has been to, what was it, like Ball State sweeping them, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think it was just Ball State. I don't know as far as sweeps, and I will check the master sheet just to double check, but they only lost to Stockton, to Stockton of all teams, by the way.
Yes.
One thing I do want to point out, and we were talking about it as we were kind of developing our ranking stuff, is we wanted to see more from Akron as well. And while it has been an okay start for them, they dropped to 6-3. Now, granted, I believe it was because they had to play both WVU and Ball State. But
and Northwood.
Those
are all their losses.
And those are the 3 losses you would kind of expect, which I think, to Akron's caliber. But that doesn't mean that they're a surefire playoff team just yet.
Valid. I respect that too. I mean, it's not guaranteed. We, as you mentioned, hadn't seen them against the top dogs, and they kind of struggled against the top dogs. I mean, they got swept by Ball State. Didn't look as confident as they would have hoped to against Northwood, and then WVU. A little bit closer there, but they still weren't able to take the win in the end. I mean, my curious question here is where Davenport is going to end up here, Herc. What are you feeling with that?
Oh, man. Just low-key, I see them staying where they are.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like it's the most normal take ever. There's like nothing crazy about it, but yeah, I feel like they stay like middle of the pack in the top kind of a vibe. I don't know. No. Bass is more likely to call some crazy hot take right now. I'm in like my lukewarm era.
Look, I'm going to continue to be hot take guy, and I'm okay with that because it just means more people yelling at me in my mentions on Twitter, which is extra engagement. So cool, I'm with that every time. But no, realistically, I agree with that. I think Davenport's probably going to stay where they're at this point. I don't think that they are worse than Akron. They've proven that already. Yeah. I don't think they're worse than Mississippi. I just don't think they're better than any of the top 3 teams. And honestly, the results thus far kind of show it. But at 9-2, they are a far cry from a team missing playoffs. If they somehow manage to miss playoffs, it will be the choke of all chokes.
That it would be. And there's a lot of teams still in the conversation for top 6. So let us know in chat who you think is going to be that team to fill out that 6th spot. Because I feel like for the most part, we have our top 5, as you can see at the top there. But we still don't know exactly who that 6th team is going to be. And it's a tough competition. So many records very close. A lot of teams still having a lot of matches to play as well. Even though this is the 4th week. Come on, play your games. But let's move the conversation forward to the Western Conference, where we, again, have some teams that have clinched. It hasn't been 100% updated yet, but Columbia just recently clinched their playoff berth. So now we got to see who out of the rest of the pack goes forward. And as Mr. West, Bass, I mean, who are we looking as the front runners? St. Edwards, they still have a lot of games to play, but there's a lot of other teams still in the conversation there.
I think, honestly, first off, I just want to give a shout out to, not actually Maryville, because we already kind of knew they were making it in, to Oklahoma Christian University.
Yes,
my boys on OKC taking the #2 spot at the moment. And honestly, the only way that'll really change is if they have a abysmal series against St. Edwards at this point, as I believe they've got that and one other matchup coming. And I'll be real, I don't even remember the other match because I only cared about St. Edwards in that one. But honestly,
Kansas.
I think the craziest thing about it's Kansas. The craziest thing about this by far with the top 6 here is that if you look through the list, there is no Boise. Boise is currently sitting in 8th place overall at 6-5. Technically, there is a world where they make it in, but it is very clear Boise is having issues this summer. Technically, it's internet issues, according to Woozy, but even at that, it's just not the same version of them that we saw prior. And speaking of versions that we saw prior, we never really got a good look at this new LCU team. We probably will never get a good look at this LCU team at this point here. Another team that I feel like was coming in the summer series with so much hype, and they just haven't lived up to it.
Man, we expected so many big things about that team, and it just really hasn't shown up as well as we would want to. Well, final question for you here, Seb, before we move on to some playoff pictures. Out of those teams that are still fighting for it, who's your take that's going to make it?
Well, we do, I think, have this top 6, which I think is generally really well-rounded. SDSU, I mean, that was one that we kind of talked about being that really mysterious figure that we had. They got one great win, but then they were sort of struggling and they were taking these weird losses, but now it feels like Zap has fully found form with this SDSU squad. They got the win over Boise, which is huge for them, but now we have with 3 teams fighting at the 6-win column. It really depends on, honestly, St. Edwards. Like, if they're going to show up.
So true.
If they're going to actually be like the team that we know them. Otherwise, any 3 of those teams could be there for the taking. With Boise taking a win, I believe it was over or one of them taking a win over Colorado. And then Mizzou also looking to form as well. It can go to any of them. That's why the West is so much of a toss-up right now.
Yeah, good news for SDSU is that they did recently report a win while we were getting started with the broadcast. So they are currently tied 9-6 with Oregon. Game differential pending there specifically. So they beat UTA there in their matchup. So not really surprised by that. We'll talk about UTA a little bit later, but they've been having a tough run. As you can see, our first 2 teams that have been taken out of the equation for making it into playoffs is UT Dallas and at University of Texas at Arlington. And speaking of playoffs and that equation, let's take a look at it here so that we can go through the Eastern Conference and then the Western Conference scenarios. It's not every individual scenario calculated here, but the Monte Carlo simulations are pretty accurate for the most part. And as you can see in the Eastern Conference, Ball State are almost like guaranteed, but not 100% because there's like a 0.00001% chance that some scenario they don't make it in, but you can pretty much guarantee Ball State, Northwood, WVU for the most part, Davenport. Akron are not secured, though, which is a big thing for me. And what are you feeling about that, Herc, if we didn't see Akron in that top 6?
Oh, man, I mean, I'd be sad a little bit, but I don't know. It would make me, honestly, there's the world, if that happens, I get excited for any, like, crazy upset, everything went completely wrong mayhem storyline. So I don't know, but I don't know. I think Akron deserves to be there. It's been pretty progressive for them as time has gone on, even as seasons have gone on in the past. So it's like a kind of a surefire thing. I'm not gonna lie.
We are hearing from chat, though, that due to a forfeit from Stockton, that they are technically in the conversation for top 6, maybe like another 0.0% chance that they don't make it. So really the big thing is, like, who is that team going to be that gets that 6th seed or at least makes it into the top 6 after that? And honestly, all bets are off. Like, you could see the potentials for so many different squads. The ones that have the best chance of at least getting 6, somehow KSU'd because they haven't played enough games. Somehow Durham as well, which also doesn't make sense because, again, they haven't played enough games. But
they play no games.
See.
Play your
they
games.
Played 5 games.
Yeah,
Shadow,
play your games.
whip them into shape, please. Just, need them to play their games. Thank you very much.
I will say, this is kind of an interesting conversation that we had on Champ League last week that I want to give credit to Betpick. Shout out to Betpick, our guest on the show this week. He made a really good point here, which is that the East is kind of the opposite of what we see normally, where it is 5 teams that are making it. Look, you can try and disagree with me and be like, oh, but if they take blank loss, they're gonna make it. It's the top 5 teams are gonna make it. The 6th spot is quite literally up to like almost half of East still. There are like 8 teams still in contention for that spot, and that goes to show it because you go all the way down to Syracuse University, and they still have an almost 10% chance to make it into that 6th spot.
Probably a little
That
less
is how
now.
many teams are still in the running for the 6th spot in East right now.
We did get another update too. BBC finally got a Game 5 win and took it against Syracuse, so that might change some of the stats here as well. So who knows exactly if the chance is still there for Syracuse? Even then, though, even Southern Miss, who are 0-5, have a chance. So that is a
Yeah.
big thing to talk about. In one of our matches later on, we'll have Southern Miss and fate in their hands there specifically. But let's take a look at the West before we switch on over to some other conversations here for the show. Again, we're trying to speed through as much as we can, but there's so much to talk about. In the Western Conference, St. Edwards is like the biggest question mark because they haven't played enough games. They could get first place somehow still, technically, or last place, which is just insane. But we don't want to talk too much about St. Edwards. What we do want to talk about is Mizzou, Boulder, LCU, and you could say even Kansas at this point, conversation-wise. I mean, out of those squads, Herc, who are you like rooting for to make that push into the top 6 if it's not St. Edwards?
Mizzou. I know it sounds weird, and some people might. Okay, I don't think it's too weird. I really need to like just start being a little bit more confident in like the people I'm talking about. But like, no, Mizzou is one of those teams that I don't know. There's a little something about them. I have like my weird like hot picks.
The Bubs confidence.
Yeah, but to be fair, on the other side of the conference, I said the same thing. Or no, on the other side of the bracket, excuse me, I said the same thing about UTA, and then I look at their results right now, and I'm like, okay, maybe I don't know as much as I think I do. You guys make me question
Old
like
UTA
everything.
was amazing, but new UTA, unfortunately, they got the win against Columbia College, and then they called it quits, and that's the only win that they've had so far, mind you, which is interesting to think about.
That is like heartbreaking.
That singular win from UTA might legitimately cost Columbia the upper bracket. It might be the
crazy,
difference
though.
maker between them going second place and getting third and having to go through lowers.
That is insane to think about. But let's move on over to a new segment that we have here, as we have Nelnet Bank's league leaders by the numbers. And this are the numbers for goals per game so far, and the usual suspects we kind of expect to see. Durham with a little asterisk because they've only played 5 series, but hey, we'll take it for Canada.
Cam, listen, Cam being on his old team,
That's
you
not
love to
right.
see
It's
it,
not
you know?
Columbia.
Cam on classic.
Wait,
classic
what?
Cam. No, I mean, listen, if there's any W that Canada's going to get outside of Cream's winning, it is going to be Jordan, and I am happy to see that he's on the board. Same with Drewy, though. I mean, they both kind of have the small sample size buff, essentially. Knight is one that I think is a bit interesting because he was able to have an insanely high goals per game even before he had the crazy sample size. And now that they've essentially finished their games and he's still leading at that 3rd spot and leading the West, essentially, I mean, that it's really showing how much Knight is working out on Maryville right now.
Well, we'll see how this develops towards the end once we finish all of the matches for the regular season, actually get into the playoff picture itself for next weekend. But we got to move on over to the assists per game. Who is the best playmaker out there on the field currently? And no surprise here that we're kind of seeing similar names, at least for Northwood, but Oaf also on Ball State really stepping up big here, Bass.
This is a very close list in comparison to our top goal scorers here. It was a lot more of a wide margin, I would say, between our top 3 and then the bottom 2 here in the top 5. Instead, here it's everybody at minimum 0.8 assists per game. And really, this kind of goes to show you this is the narrative we've tried to push all year, which is that the best players in this league are not always going to be the people constantly scoring goals. Oath is probably the biggest name on Ball State. He's up here as an assist leader. G-Man, the biggest name on Oklahoma Christian. He's up here as an assist leader. These are players that are going to facilitate their teams, and it's what's made it such a different collegiate series this year. Summer Series in particular has kind of shown that teams are now well-rounded. It is no longer the hard carry from the first man. It is an incredibly cohesive team that succeeds now in Summer Series.
And these are top teams that we're seeing with top stats as well. Let's take a look at the saves and then quickly move on into our interview that we have as well with the one, the only Duckworth. But we have Sauce from Kansas on saves per game. Steve from GCU. Profile from Oregon State, Yokes from Colorado, and Smack from Lubbock Christian. I feel like saves are always kind of stacked against a lot of teams that are struggling to get those wins because they're in their side so often, having to make all their saves. So we're kind of seeing now with the names of these teams that are here, but that's neither here or there. So we do have our interview coming up here with Duckworth, though we can't spend too much time on these stats from Shawnee. The first match of the day will be Shawnee facing off against USM, and this is a very intense matchup and an important one too for Shawnee's playoff pitchers. So Duckworth, welcome into the conversation here on the booth. pleasure to have an idol here from chat's perspective. How's the new fan base supporting you, helping motivate you to get into that top 6?
So actually every single one of the people that are always in chat spamming my name, besides like one or two that I've seen, are actually my friend group. So
Oh.
it's a normal occurrence. But it's pretty fun watching, especially when I go through back in VODs, like watch over games or like look for clips or whatever, and just seeing you guys interacting with them, or whatever. It's like seems really fun and exciting for you guys. It's also exciting for me because I have a great friend group that just motivates me to like just play better and just have fun out there.
All right, well, I have an actual question for you, but first off, who's the orange guy behind you? I need
The
the name of
orange
that
guy?
one. I see
Orange
him.
guy
walking
wants
around.
You want me to
attention,
grab
man.
him?
Yes, please. We
I
love
think he
cats on this
one's
broadcast.
on.
Yeah, I can hear him meowing.
Come on.
It's those orange cat energy.
Look at him! All right, so who is this?
This is Finley.
Oh.
This is our cat.
Oh.
Oh,
hi, Finley.
gorgeous.
Oh my goodness. I had an actual question for you. I'm gonna have to remember real quickly. You've distracted me about best possible. The actual question I will give to you is: you're talking a lot about friendship. You're talking a lot about chemistry. You have a team that I feel like a lot of people have mentioned being probably one of the most chem-heavy teams in the entirety of the league. You guys are really cohesive. That has been the strategy for both Taco and Slayer even prior to going to Shawnee. What's it like kind of joining a team like that has a history that has been well established through seasons, and now you're kind of the new piece to the puzzle here?
So I have this like thing where a lot of people or whatever have said it's been kind of like easy to like team with me, sort of like any team that I hop on, I like can kind of figure out what my role is and just play my role to like the best of my ability at least. And with these two, it became very apparent what my role was, so it became very easy to mesh with them, and they're a great group of people. Like those two, they're really fun to talk to. Just a really good atmosphere on our team all the time. Always cracking jokes, whatnot. It just seems like a perfect place to be.
And now, oh wait, actually, Herc, I believe you're up.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I can. No. I honestly have been staring at the cat, but
I don't blame you.
Sure, I'll put him back. I'll put him back.
I did want to talk to you a little bit, though. You know, it is the last week of league play, and I know you guys have very good, energy and spirits. However, things probably haven't quite gone exactly the way you've been hoping for throughout the summer. What does that kind of mean for your last week here? Like, what does that mean for plans and vibes headed into the last one?
Well, obviously we're gonna try our hardest. That's standard. You want to win. But we've had a lot of problems where it comes to like the Fisher series yesterday. Taco was lagging half the series. My internet went out game 3.
Oh no.
There was just problems on problems for us. Taco's internet, it's always in scrims, perfectly fine the second we get to a game. There's just problems on problems with his internet. So it's been a struggle just to like play the game normally for us. But we're trying our hardest, and obviously we want to win. There's still a chance for playoffs, obviously not the highest, but we're obviously going to try to get that spot and basically just have high hopes, just have fun out there and just play the game.
Well, I wouldn't say that your chances aren't the highest, right? Like, yeah, there's a couple teams that you have to compete with, but mainly I would say that the big one you have to compete with is like Ole Miss and then the ones right below you. But if you're taking a look at your schedule, you do have a pretty decent strength of schedule, assuming you're able to keep up the form that you guys have in the past few weeks. Now, like, how do you guys feel that right now, kind of as it stands, you are in that gatekeeper spot? You are kind of the make or break for a lot of these teams' playoff runs, assuming, even forward for USM.
It's kind of weird because we saw like I think it was the first or second series we played. Even like I think it was Danger Tago that said it, like we were the gatekeepers for top 8. It's just a very weird thing to be. Oh, that was you. My bad.
I've been saying this all season.
My bad.
I
My
am quite
bad.
literally.
I can't remember who it was.
Probably both said
It is fine. I've called you guys litmus test, the gatekeepers. I got a lot of nicknames for y'all right now.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's
being
one's
that
that credit.
spot because I feel like it puts it like I feel like it's a low pressure on us because like we're meant to perform well. Like we're meant to like basically split the pack of the really good teams and the really bad teams. So we obviously have to have a decent strength against the higher teams and then obviously beat the lower teams. But it's weird because I feel like we knew we were going to be there. We just didn't know how it was going to end up once we got there. So.
All right.
Good shout outs. Good shout outs.
Yeah,
Well, speaking
great
of that, I mean, what are your final shout-outs, final thoughts, words to your opponents, expectations for this matchup before we send you away to get warmed up for this first series of the day?
First off, obviously, shout out to all my friends that always support me. I know the majority of them are probably here in chat, even though I can't see. Shout out to my 2 teammates, Slayer and Taco. Always keeping vibes good, always having fun out there, and my parents for watching every stream too. I can hear my mom half the time yelling from the front room when they're watching on the TV whenever we score a goal or something.
Aww.
And just everyone that supports us, thank you as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Duckworth, and good luck in your series today.
Thank you.
Good man. Good man. Honestly, also A tier with the cat. Love to see it. We need more cats.
Truly,
guys. We really do.
We
also need to talk about the
I feel
schedule
like
here. Though.
Listen,
everybody
I
has a cat.
don't. Okay, that
Get a
this
cat,
is my
Seb.
cope.
Yeah,
I
get
don't.
a cat, Seb.
You have a new house. You can
Yeah.
get a cat.
All
You,
right,
you have
well-
the freedom to now.
That's the next step is cat.
There you go.
Yeah, just wait. Just wait.
Caster cats. That's all we need
Caster
for the
cats.
desk next time. But still, we do have to talk about the schedule for the day. We did allude to Shawnee facing off against Southern Miss here. Southern Miss still looking for their first win in Shawnee. We talked about being those gatekeepers. Can they continue to do that? They need every single win to make it into the top 6. Almost guaranteed, depending on tiebreakers. Ole Miss and Akron is also a very important one for playoff considerations, too, because if Akron get that, they'll still be in the conversation. If Ole Miss lose, they might be out of the conversation themselves. Columbia, Boise. This is Boise's last shot to really make a wave, and they could potentially be out of the competition if they lose this one. Colorado, UT Dallas. UT Dallas are out of it, but Colorado, they need this win regardless for that last series of the day. So let's shift gears over to the talk about this series itself and our expectations for this. And I mean, this is still going to be an intense matchup. Even though Southern Miss haven't gotten a win yet, they've kept it close. So your Bass.
I mean, this is kind of the roughest introduction into CCA
True.
possible for Southern Miss here. Southern Miss is a team, by the way, that I know a lot of people are probably going, oh, this is a brand new team. Where'd they come from? They got formed in this last semester, and I actually got to get a little bit of a look at them last time I was at a LAN, CCC LAN. They had NECC Nationals there as well, and this team was playing within that. And I will say, they were hyper-competitive. They were great. The problem is that you can be hyper-competitive, as they have throughout Summer Series, but a Game 5 loss is still a loss on the schedule, and they have more Game 5 losses than pretty much any other team in East right now. So this is a must-win for them. It does not matter that they've been able to keep their differential good. If they lose this and start off 0-7, the best result they can get will, at that point, be 8-7. And at that point, you're not making playoffs with a record like that.
Oof. That's all I got to say to that. So this is a must-win situation for both these teams. Every match, honestly, other than for Dallas, I would say for the most part, is a must-win scenario. So this is what it comes down to in the final week of competition is do or die for a lot of these squads. So we got to see exactly who's going to step up and who's going to show up in these matches and really make a name, make some waves to get into that top 6 and get better pricing for themselves too, because again, even if they don't get into the top 6, I think it's if you get at least 8th place, you get a higher payout as well based on the pricing distribution from each conference. So even if you get close, you want to make sure you make a statement for yourselves and also showcase your skill before the fall season of Collegiate Rocket League esports. I mean, there's so many different leagues that are coming out now too. Hopefully Collegiate Rocket League will be back as well, and then there's a lot to compete for going forward for all these squads. So you got to make sure you show up when it matters. Because again, Summer Series results is going to help for seeding for those tournaments too, especially play-ins. So you got to make sure you make an effort to show up for your matches and perform. Regardless, though, I mean, talking about expectations for this series. Herc, what are your expectations for this one?
I mean, I feel like I'm in that state where it's like, oh, okay, it's Shawnee State. They're 0-5. Even if this goes Game 5, well, you got to kind of throw your hands up and say that the odds of Southern Miss losing a Game 5 are pretty high. So that's kind of like where the bar is. Like the bar has kind of like been preset that Shawnee would take it on paper. It's more right now. In the back of my mind, I'm like, Southern Miss, you know, you have the opportunity to do something really funny and upset a lot of people. It's
true.
just, are you going to be able to do it?
That is the big question. Are they going to be able to do it? Are they going to be able to take down the Shawnee roster? And speaking of the Shawnee roster, I mean, is this kind of the results we expected going into the final week for Shawnee based on what we expected from their team coming into Summer Series with this new roster with Duckworth, Slayer, and Taco Stash here, Bass?
Yes and no. And I think the reason I say yes and no is that this is kind of how Shawnee, or used to be IRSC, would do in every event. They would take some wins that you look at and go, how did you do that? And then they take some losses and you go, well, what the heck? Like, every time we see this happen out of this team, I think, honestly, they've slightly done better than I would expect. They actually have some consistency this time. No, the reason I say that, Seb, tell me that the new Shawnee or the new IRSC isn't BPC at this point. I don't understand BPC's records. I really don't.
It is true. No, that is very true. And it's one of those things where it's like, I remember distinctly we were having this conversation in the preamble for this for Summer Series when we were trying to figure out who's going to be this top 6, and I just remember it's like IRSC, they loved to make it interesting and as much of a headache to analyze them as much as possible, and that is the exact same thing here with Shawnee. They kind of remind me a little bit of like old Seton Hall whenever they would like go through stuff, is because they would just win some but they would lose some, but they would somehow qualify and they would have the craziest peak, but then with some, so it's like, so I think that's kind of what we're seeing with Shawnee here, is like they are very streaky. It just depends on whether or not today is the day or not.
Man, it's interesting too, because like when we looked at those rosters for USM, that's a team who should at least have a win by this point. I mean, looking at the teams that they've faced off against up to when we are having this series, I think they're actually playing a series right before this one too. So interesting to see that they're coming fresh from that. I think a report actually just came in for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh,
yes. Another
this is another must-win for them then.
Oh, well, they lost the Battle of Mississippi, unfortunately, there.
I'm
But
so
hey, it went
tired
to
of
Game
trying to be the
5
nice
again.
person. So tired.
Yeah, listen, I'm just saving it for prediction. Yeah, it's I'm just.
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
It's just there's no way. There's like I don't know.
Okay,
What's
my
their overall
question.
record at this point? Like, what's their game differential?
0-7. And then game differential. Yeah, that's a good question. So
it must be pretty close.
It is. This is not updated yet. This is based on. Okay, actually, I can do the math in my head here. Southern Mississippi, according to this right now, are negative, I think, 9 technically, because they took 2 more losses since the sheet last updated here, both in Game 5. They are negative 9. The teams surrounding them currently, above them by 2 places, is Fisher College, negative 12. Above them by 1 place, Stockton, negative 15. Underneath them by 1 place is Illinois State at negative 11. Meaning in the midst of all these teams that suck, they are still there with a close differential, just negative 1 per every series they lose.
If they win the rest of their series, they could technically make it. But they have to win the rest of their series.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's such a shame because like this is a team that I think you legitimately really could see in like top 6. Like they have the capability of like actually doing it, but so much of it relies on the fact that they've been such a slim margin away from having a positive record. Like these Game 5s are ridiculous.
That's a huge one for Ole Miss, by the way. They were 5-5 going into this. Now they're 6-5. Game differential doesn't really help them too much there, but even then, it's now -2, I believe, with that 3-2 victory. So helps them a little bit. They have the best game differential and record out of any of the teams trying to get into the top 6 conversation. I actually want to look at the matches that Ole Miss has remaining, because that'll really determine where the rest of the teams out there can even fall, depending on how the games go, because even if some of these teams get those wins, it might not be enough for them to get the victory based on that itself. So, well, they still have to play off against University of Mississippi. There is Akron, both Akrons for Ole Miss, and they're playing against Akron Gold later today. Durham, and then it looks like Stockton as well, and WVU. So still a lot of matches to play there for this Mississippi squad. So we'll see how that goes for them. But again, it's just interesting to see how that goes. But even then, enough waffling around. Let's get predictions going down the line, starting from Bass. Games, who's going to take it? And I kind of have a feeling I know what most of the field is going to be on this one. We'll see what you think, Bass.
All right, so first off, we already know how many games this is going to be. It's going to be game 5. Like, the odds are not only in the favor of that happening, but I just would be astonished if it doesn't. Second off, I'm going Shawnee. Look, Southern Miss, I hate to tell you this, you might be facing one of the few teams in this league that actually does better in Game 5 than teams who do worse. Shawnee has proven themselves to be extremely clutch. They continue to do this. They have really good wins in the ends of series. Feels like where they turn on. And for a Southern Miss who have just taken now what feels like, how many Game 5 losses is that? Do we have a number
6
at this point? 6? Shawnee's taking this in 5.
In 5.
That'd just be insult to injury. What about you, Herc?
I just like, I feel like after Bass says all that, we're actually getting the first sweep ever from Southern Miss, and they're gonna go crazy. No, but I am still predicting Shawnee State. Honestly, if Southern Miss proves me wrong, I will gladly take that. I think it would be so funny again,
That'd
just
be
after
huge.
everything. But no, I think it still goes the same way it's been going.
Valid.
I
He wants it
firmly
to be so bad.
think, okay, I don't think that you can lose 7 best of 5s in a row. So I'm gonna go. No one gets 7 best of 5s in a row against Southern Mississippi. I'm going for Southern Mississippi. Also, I did just see Melodic get like a triple flip preset shot over Astra's head, which was, oh my god, in pregame lobby. So I don't know. I think they're warmed up.
Oh, that is a good warm-up going to Game 5 against Ole Miss. I mean, fire in their hearts for sure to take it, but I don't think
Dude,
it's going to be enough
Lunar.
here
How
for them to
mad
take
do you
it.
think they are?
I don't know. Will the tilt fuel
That's
them?
not- yeah, I was gonna say, that's
Anger
not
give
good.
them the victory of like Sith Lords or something, but who knows? Still, that was the nerdiest thing I've said in a while, and we're talking about Collegiate Rocket League. Nonetheless, though, I'm going with Shawnee State on this one. I think they have it in them to take the victory. It's going to be a 3-1. I don't think this one goes to 5 because if it does, you could really flip a coin. Eventually, Southern Miss need that Game 5 victory. If it does go to 5, this would be it. If it doesn't, though, I think Shawnee take it. So, does the warm-up against Ole Miss help them out enough for them to get the victory? Or will it be Shawnee State continuing to be the gatekeepers of the top 6 while still trying to vie for a playoff berth themselves? The last week of competition is here. The first match of the day on the docket is going to be a banger, so make sure you keep your eyes wide open, get your snacks and refreshments, and get locked and loaded for our first match of the day with 7 Herc.
All right, we are on the road to playoffs now as we get going with our first match of the day against Southern Mississippi and Shawnee. This is one that while you guys all have predicted for Shawnee, I have faith. No one can get swept, or sorry, no one can get pushed to Game 5s 7 times in a row, and I'm very excited.
You know what? I'm sure they said the same thing after 3 and then after 5. So it's probably just been a very repetitive moment. But like I said, I talked about this a little bit during Preds. I have actually always been a very big fan of Southern Miss a little bit. I know I'm okay. Maybe I don't talk about it all the time, but I think if you do continue to take people to Game 5, there is a reason. You are good enough to at least make it that far. We've seen it before. It's just they're missing the closeout factor.
Yep. And I want to point out, Zath is the one that is coming off of an injury. It is just good to see him back in form once again, back on the squad, give Southern Mississippi their chance at this summer series. And again, just how thin the margins are. Melodic coming in from the sky. Zath can't get the shot on, will be saved. Shawnee looking to hold on.
It's very back and forth, which is honestly a good sign. It gives me more along the lines of like those closer matchups, which what on paper looks like. I know right now everybody is like, Southern Miss, they're 0, well now technically 0-6. Like you said, although I know I predicted against them, clearly they came into this one wanting to go like level 10 off the bat, like score as much as you can, prove a point kind of a vibe. Especially when you're down so much, it's not really a case of proving yourself. It's more like, all right, how do we let go and change up a little bit? And clearly, you know, an aggressive start has been the answer.
I would say also, because I'm thinking of also during quals as well, they had to play a couple best of 5s. Taco Stash coming in from the ceiling, can't get the shot. Oh, never mind, he actually does. Comes in from the back wall, looking fantastic doing so.
That was just also a solid follow-up all the way around because it was very back and forth between him and Slayer on that one. So just great communication all the way around on this to respond to at least one of those 2 initial goals that I got put out there by Southern Miss. Just a minute into this game, though, it's been pretty back and forth, and honestly, solid shootout. I'm not complaining about it by any means. That's a crazy bump, bigger demo, and a great shot, though, to re-extend that lead.
I love the way that Southern Miss is playing right now because they are playing so proactive right at the goal line, in your face. No holds barred offense. So aggressive to just take it to Shawnee. 3-1 here for Southern Miss.
And a lot of the times, you know, when you're talking about that, like teams that are very heavily aggressive, you know, super up in your face more than you've seen in the past, a lot of that is due in fact to when you're coming to the end of something, the end of a summer league, for example, this is the last week of it. You are kind of just throwing yourselves at this ball at this point, and at least they're doing it very calculated, but Southern Miss is playing way more aggressively than we've seen in the past, and there's a reason for it. You're kind of on your last leg, so I expect this to be a fairly heavily aggressive matchup. I think that they know they have to play pretty solid defense, which has been working for them so far with the amount of shots they've been on. But still, though, just a 2-goal lead is fairly comfortable, I would say, for going up against Shawnee.
And really, Shawnee just haven't had too much staying power on the orange half either. Duckworth, though, Melodic, able to get it out as well. Good horizontal movement, though. Astro, Melodic, fumbling over each other. That's a nice shot from Slayer, but it will be saved. Taco Stash taking the mid boost on the way back. Melodic, no boost at all. Goes for the pre-flip 50.
You're kind of approaching that second half too there with like Shawnee kind of questioning themselves a little bit because they're not a bad team by any means. By no means is this a bad squad, but right now they are having their moments that Southern Miss are taking advantage of. Melodic coming in, very low boost, huge reset to try and give Astro an opportunity to shoot. Pressure stays on, crazy little tee up there in the center for Melodic, but Slayer with the bailout. The one thing I do want to commend Southern Miss on is when they have this ball, that pressure does not let up until every single person is out of boost.
Yeah. It literally comes from every single angle as well. I mean, there's shots coming in ways that you're not expecting there. We saw Melodic go for a pre-flip shot after receiving the pass. Zath even going for solo plays here, looking to get the 50 on Slayer and keep it going down the field. Zath keeps the pressure alive. Melodic, such a force for this team. And Shawnee just forced to be on the back foot almost the entirety of this one. Zath puts it just high. Melodic's going to come in for the cleanup. 4-1 here for Southern Miss.
That's that aggressive follow-up that I was talking about earlier at the beginning of the game. And you had mentioned it too, right? They're very up in their face. Melodic was already lurking, just waiting in the off chance that that shot had been saved, which it was. He was there already ready to make the second touch. And the problem with Shawnee State wasn't quite prepped for that response to come in so quickly after. Honestly, not even stressed. Oh, so many of Shawnee State's shots have been so wide recently that I don't even panic anymore.
It's insane to me because you look at how USM are playing and it just screams pure ego. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that they are so confident in how they want to play this game at the moment that they're playing with their food.
No, that definitely is like pretty much like nail on the head way to kind of describe what they're doing. And like I said, it's pretty repetitive, but it's down in fact to, you know, the fact that this is the last week of league play. You've lost, what, 6 best-of-5s at this point? You're so tired of it that you're headed into this match like everybody just play man-to-man. If a follow-up doesn't come in within 2 seconds of a shot being taken, we're not trying hard enough. And so it has been so communicated with them. These passive plays are so nasty. And 47 seconds left to go. Shawnee State still trailing by 3 feels like insane to be saying right now.
It's so spicy as well. These shots just have so much speed on them. Taco Stash doing what he can to force a 50. Astro already on the rotate back. Zath going to keep it out. 30 seconds remaining. This one's done so. Slayer gets bumped out of the way. And this will be a game 1 for Southern Miss. A commanding one for this squad.
This is a really, really great showing. It's more... Okay, you know what? I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I watched the Falcons score 4 goals in 41 seconds the other day, so like mathematically 2 in 16 seconds is not impossible. But trailing by 2, 16 seconds. I was going to say, I do commend Southern Miss on, again, pretty much how clinical up until that point things have been for them. But off the kickoff here, Duckworth going to make this one trailed by 1. I said it just now. It's not a curse. It mathematically was possible. And off the kickoff, there you have it. Shawnee State now only down by 1.
All right. Hold your breath. Hold it together. You don't want to be the one that loses 2 goals in the span of 15 seconds. Kickoff occurs. Slayer, no boost. Zath, double commit on the challenge. Taco Stash doesn't get much. That's a shot that goes high. Astro, no boost, looking for the 50. Slayer puts it on. Zath needs to be there, and he does. Southern Miss able to end it for the Game 1 win.
My heart was racing so much because I was like, okay, if nobody is on that backboard, it's over. If nobody goes for that challenge on the shot, it's over. And they pull through. Southern Miss looked incredible. A little questionable in that last minute or so of that Game 1, but for the most part, they held their own against Shawnee State. I think this is the game that they wanted to come in playing, and they executed it pretty much near perfectly.
Yeah, it's one of these games, too, where you look at it and you're like, Southern Miss, you are just so good on the offense. You are literally, like, holding down the midfield, no problem. You're getting the absolute dimes of offensive plays and infield passes. But the moment that you go on the defense for, like, more than a minute, double commits, triple commits, just weird rotates, you give Shawnee an opening. Thankfully, they were able to get the 50 work in to be able to put it down to the ground. But a little scary, and I think something that Shawnee, especially Slayer, being the coach as well, is going to be able to exploit going forward.
Oh, for sure. That I 100% know that they're already talking about it, that Shawnee State was like, bro, if we put them on defense and just start throwing like 52,000 shots, like you said, those double and triple commits were starting to come out a little bit too quickly and frequently. And that's an easy thing to capitalize on if you're Shawnee. So definitely something to look out for. Something that could easily be corrected for Southern Miss if somebody points it out. But for now, you just head back into that game, I think, with the same game plan that they had in Game 1.
Yeah, Astro got demoed, leaves things open in the rotation. Slayer's going to put one on. It goes just wide. Taco Stash will be able to clean up. That will be the first goal for Shawnee in this game.
And this is what I was talking about. You can have the backboard covered, you can have the side covered, whatever. But if Shawnee recognizes that it just takes 2-3 follow-ups coming in very, very quickly to completely break down and collapse the defense of Southern Miss, then that's what they're going to do every single time. And I expect to see that as often as I did just now. That yeah, those follow-ups are coming in really, really fast. Here's another one of them. The Duckworth follow-up comes in like 1.5 seconds and they already score.
Southern Miss is missing, I suppose, in this one. Just no one there back in time. That kind of what happens when you take advantage of a heavy offensive rotation team and you just get ahead of that rotation. You're able to get these easy ones to be able to put on through. Southern Miss down 2-0.
Not the best look for Southern Miss, unfortunately, after just how good of a Game 1 they had as well. But that is a good sign for Shawnee State. I mean, again, they're 4-6 currently, so it hasn't been like too rough. But we did talk to them earlier, and I asked Duckworth, I was like, you know, like what's the plan, right? Like, you're not quite where you want to be, but you can get there. And he just said, like, it's pretty much down to locking in. That was the gist of it. So I feel like they're in that world right now. You're just trying to lock in. They recognize the mistakes that they made in Game 1, and they're just correcting here in their next.
Zap taking the midfield. Duckworth way past rotation, so he's going to be able to collect some hundreds. Zath going to put one. Can't get the second touch. Duckworth finally there with the rotate back. Melodic looking for the solo. Going to put it up high. Taco Stash gets the 50, and it just goes wide.
Man, these demos are starting to come through too, and I don't even want to say that it's like a claim to desperation even. It's just them trying to get themselves back into the game a little bit here. And that's a great follow-up shot. It actually still goes in. I thought that was initially saved there by Taco Stash, but the speed on it just too much for the defense.
Yeah, way too much sauce, and Slayer was a little bit overextended. I mean, rightfully so, though Astro was also in there for the waiting. I mean, so much of it was just Southern Miss positioning themselves perfectly where they needed to. So this will be an interesting kickoff. Looking to play off the 50. Slayer can't get the shot on. Astro, USM having to scramble a little bit off this weird kickoff, but they do manage to make it work.
It's not going to stop here, this one. Followed up by Zath, even on low boost, trying to give his team something, some sign of life here in this game number 2. They've been pretty out of it for the most part. But second half of the game, things can change. You are only trailing by 1. This one falls into the hands of Astro here, half a tank to work with. He sees the lurk, reset over 1, but Melodic calls himself off, and it's a shot opportunity for Taco Stash, which makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that Shawnee has been able to put it on for this offensive pressure for probably the most elongated amount of time thus far. Duckworth will even be able to extend it with an alpha plus demo, almost getting a second demo as well. USM put on the back foot. Thankfully, for USM, they're able to just rely on that individual brilliance and mechanics to be able to mitigate some of that pressure that's coming through. Melodic, maybe looking for another. These demos coming through. Melodic gets the flip reset. Way too much sauce on that one, but Zath can't put it on either.
That was such a good attempt at a play, too. Even with the missed bump attempt, had that been any more accurate, that actually might have found its way in. But now, again, we're back to these double commits, and they're not just staying, offensively. They're making their way into the defense. So it makes me nervous for Southern Miss right now, because if you just stay calm, you really are only trailing by 1, but you can't push up too far past that mid, because I see Taco Stash, he pushes himself up a lot. It takes one giant clear to turn itself into a counter, and then Southern Miss is just scrambling.
I just sat back in my chair. I'm like, what is going on? Melodic went underneath. That went over top. Now Melodic getting the flip reset shot. Astro can't be there quick enough to clean it up. Good responsiveness from Shawnee.
It is a great response right now. Minute 20 left on the clock, too. You're still just holding on to your 1-goal lead, but honestly, for as defensive as they've been throughout this game number 2.
Peak.
Oh, I really thought. As defensive as they've been, though, I will say holding on to a 1-goal lead isn't that bad right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're looking for the insurance. I think this will just touch wide. Melodic getting so much power on that one. Last minute remaining. USM gonna try for the possession one more time. Take it a bit slow. Astro gonna take it up the wall. Duckworth gonna fight against Melodic with that 50. 2v1. Zath in an awkward spot. This could all be over for USM if they can't get themselves a goal here.
This one to the backboard. Great pinch. Still, though, enough time. Melodic was able to send it off into the corner, but very, very low boost. And I think Shawnee is starting to register that a little bit. These shots coming in much faster than they were in the past. 30 seconds left on the clock, though, here in game number 2. And Shawnee State just taking what feels like a million shots right now, which is stressful for Southern Miss. But, hey, they're still holding their own.
Yeah, what's crazy too, again, you look at just the pure skill between these two. I mean, mechanics and speed is definitely favoring Southern Miss side, but regardless, Shawnee is able to just play their style and play it to a T. The last second will wind down. Last possession, Melodic's going to take control. It's going to go wide. Shawnee will take game 2.
Oh, that is unfortunate, but great news for Shawnee State to get back into the series, tie things up on the board out there. But I did like how you mentioned that Southern Miss, mechanically at times outplays them, and even in pace, outpaces Shawnee State a little bit. The difference, and if a lot of you guys are wondering, like, oh, that's totally wrong, that's not possible. No, the difference is Shawnee State can be less than them in those areas. The thing is, Shawnee executes so much better. It is a lot cleaner. They recognize when to be heavily aggressive. They're kind of just letting Southern Miss tire themselves out. It is in reality what is going on right now. The Southern Miss headed into that game 3. I think it's more about slowing yourself down and going back into that game 1. Game 1, they really had them figured out, and I don't know why they tried to change it.
I don't even know so much as if they tried to change it, as I think that they realized, hey, we can literally play just goal line defense and just focus on getting these 50s all the way through, and then we'll be able to just go ahead, go into the orange half and do what we need to do. However, that being said, when it comes to the orange half, and the fact of the matter is USM, like, they're not clean on the defensive end. They're double committing really hard. They're overextending really hard. They're not being able to be as boost efficient as they'd like to be. And that's kind of what's allowing them to eventually take these goals for them. So going into game 3, Shawnee look to secure themselves a lead as Southern Miss have to rethink everything about how they're going to deal with this team.
Yep, swing game here in our first series of league play on our last week here before playoffs commence. So everybody just kind of scrambling to try and get as much as they can. And well, there you have it, Southern Miss. Game 2 wasn't the best for them, but this opener looking a lot more reminiscent of Game 1.
It's just I've never seen a team who is so comfortable in their environment when they're on that offensive end of the pitch. They are doing such a good job every single time at nailing these infield passes. It almost feels like you're playing a sports game and like you just expect all... Well, all right. Shut me up, Duckworth. Thank you very much. We'll take that as we go back to a tie game.
What even happened here? This will just get past Melodic. It's just a solid kickoff all the way around, but placement too far up for anyone to try and touch it. Great answer. I mean, it's clinical. It's routine at this point for Shawnee.
Astro back to Zath. Every single time. Go back and forth. Duckworth. Control. Shadowing. Melodic having a turn. It's a bit awkward for him to make the play on it, but of course he does. Mech's out the window right now. Melodic going to keep it going. Send it down the field for Shawnee to make the save. Astro puts it down for Zath, but way too far behind for him. USM will try again.
Here's Melodic. Duckworth had already gone for that challenge on him, which that was what I'm more expecting. Again, a very reminiscent game of game number 2 where Shawnee State is going to be fairly up in your face. But hey, game plan is different here. It was a 3v1 for like a solid 3 seconds, and somehow Southern Miss doesn't find their way in. Instead, it's counter. Taco flicks this one forward to the backboard. Follow-up coming in 2 seconds. It's wide.
Duckworth. I like the idea, though. He was trying to play aggressive and catch that rotation out. Slayer. Melodic, not the best touch at all. This could be bad as well. Taco Stash, that's just going to go on through, and a lot of that is thanks to Slayer. Able to open things up here.
Man, he got around everything. It initially falls, though, on Melodic's touch. Fortunately, it goes out into a little bit of no man's land. It's a quick claim from Shawnee to turn into a play. And then just like that, Shawnee State in the lead 2-1 before first half of the game can even end.
I'm honestly, I don't want to. Oh, Zath, great save. Scoops it underneath. I gotta call out Astro a little bit here. This is the second time where I've seen him straight bottom of the scoreboard, and even in that position where he saw Slayer coming in, man had no boost. He could have easily just tried to outboost him, ride up the wall, and go for the save, but it's just a single instance that we've seen of him struggling this game.
Yeah, for me, I think with Astro, it's kind of a little bit of like you don't really know where you're supposed to be right now. You talk about, when we spoke to Duckworth, he said, I know what my role is. I know where I'm supposed to be. I feel like on the flip side of the field, Southern Miss, outside of offense, they don't really know what their role is. They know that backboard needs to get covered, but sometimes 2 people are attempting to make that save, right? It's the game plan defensively is a little questionable at times, and that's where things start to falter a little bit. But that's also where Shawnee starts to take advantage, and I feel like that's also why so many of their series go game 5, because you have moments like game 1 where it's just this absolute shootout and they completely close out the defense of their opposition. But then as soon as they get put back into their own, it's like, oh, we can't quite find our footing again.
So, USM back in the defensive end and just trying to find their moment at the moment. You can even see Astro forego the position as first man to be able to collect some boosts, and that might pay off here. That will go a bit wide as Slayer will send it downfield, get the demo as well on Melodic, so this could be rough for USM. Time slowly ticking away as Shawnee look quite comfortable in terms of dealing with this defensive rotation. Zath, that might be dangerous. He needs to get a good attempt, and he does, able to get the save here.
That was like the most risky thing you could have done to try and attempt to clear that out, but probably was his only option at the moment too, to be honest. But pressure's not going to stop here from Shawnee, even on low boost, still taking the challenges, still gets the bump off of it. Unfortunately for Shawnee, that one went posting out, and pressure stops in its tracks with a clear upfield. Melodics, doink, off the crossbar and out. Zath just trying to keep this one going, but unfortunately for them, it was enough time for Shawnee to get back into rotation and just kind of sit themselves forward defensively.
Zath puts it down. Melodic gets the angle, but Duckworth is there. I will give Shawnee some credit in that their defensive positioning is getting better in reading where Southern Miss wants to go for these shots, but only goes so far so long as USM continues to put these shots on. The last minute, continuing to scroll on by Duckworth. Melodic needs to get the second touch, and Zath will take possession again.
It's not stopping here, though. I do got to commend Shawnee State. It is pretty consistent on both ends of the field for them right now. And I feel like that's just too much for Southern Miss. 36 left on the clock. You're trailing by 1, but finding that one opportunity alone has been such just time consuming. And it is very hard to find another one, you know, with only 23 seconds left to go and on 0 boost at that for some of these players. You're just kind of throwing your hands up with every single clear that comes through from Shawnee.
I'll give Shawnee even more credit as well, as like the amount of times I see them just going for straight 50s in the midfield to hold things down. Astro, that needed to be on target, but I think he expected a touch from Shawnee. So this will be clear all the way down field. Melodic to knock it off the crossbar. Last possession here, Zath needs to keep it going. Melodic, full tank. We know what these guys can do when they have that full tank. Flip reset. It's going to go over Zath's head. Shawnee will take game 3.
Oh, man. I mean, unfortunate, again, for Southern Miss, but Shawnee State, as time goes on, they're pretty much just figuring out each micro mistake that needs to be corrected and then just not letting it happen again. But the one thing I got to give them is how patient of a game that they played. They don't force opportunities to be created even, because you don't really have to when the defense that you're going up against is so kind of self-crumbling at times. As harsh as that sounds, that just unfortunately was the reality of Southern Miss's defense a little bit. But not a bad shout, though. You kept it at a 1-goal game for Southern Miss, but now you got to force a game 5 if you want to be in it.
Like, Astro, I'm looking for you, buddy, but I can't see you. I'm sorry. I'm just not able to see you at the moment because you currently have 100 points, and then before that, you got 80 points. Dude, your team needs you, and I think it might just be properly just a role issue at the moment, because so much of it comes down to like Astro finding his place in the offensive end of the pitch. He's just trying to get involved, but then the moment that he goes in the defense, it's just the touches and just decision making is really rough for him right now. And I'll give Melodic and Zath their credit. They're able to get these shots off. They're really working well as a duo. I think you could put them very highly among the East as like a proper duo. But the fact of the matter is that despite the fact that all of these guys are so incredibly skilled, Astro is having a hard time getting the chemistry together with this team.
When you have a team like that that has such a solid, you know, offensive duo that is scoring a lot, that usually defaults that third person to having to have extremely solid defense. The problem is Astro just hasn't, unfortunately, like been able to be that person for them. I think he's got a lot of great opportunities and moments where he can set up some shots for his teammates. But yeah, like you mentioned, it is a little bit almost of a role issue right now. There it is, that moment I talked about, right? It comes down to him to initiate that defense for his team.
Yeah, and even there, I'm looking at, look how Astro was just trying to play that first man ahead of Zath. I mean, there's no way you need to be able to extend that far, especially when you both of you have little to no boost. You got to figure out the boost situation first. Taco Stash going to put one chest high. Astro in the waiting. Melodic waiting for the challenge. Going to knock it up for his team. Slayer, this is just still back on the USM defense.
Right now, Shawnee State, it's just repetition of their last 2 wins. You throw that ball up, you're not going to force the follow-up on it if it's not a solid opportunity. And there's a big clear there for Southern Miss. Astro back to Zath. Zath trying to get past Taco Stash. It was just a quick challenge there, and immediately back in the hands of Shawnee means a couple more shots are about to come through.
Now I'm seeing some hesitation in the decision-making in the midfield right now. I mean, Melodic trying to shadow, I think, really much longer than he needs to. Zath in the waiting, though, in the offense. Going to try and take out Slayer. Now he's just baiting him, but Slayer dodging all the punches.
Oh, man. It just... It feels like I'm like beating down on Southern Miss when I talk about it, but it's been so long since they've been cohesive, and unfortunately for them, that just makes it an easy game for Shawnee State. I know we all were saying, oh, there's a chance where this goes game 5. If this goes in, I was going to say maybe momentum shifts just a tiny bit. That's something for your confidence.
Johnny,
But-
definitely a lot more open. I think did Duckworth get bumped there? I think that might have just resulted in it. And it's not like the position was bad, but every single shot from Southern Miss has just been a dime in terms of speed on the net.
The last game Southern Miss played in this series, right? They'd take eight shots on net, and only one found their way through. And the thing was, a couple of them were very, very quality shots. There's just that clutch factor is missing, and it's so unfortunate. But for now, you got to put your eyes on Shawnee State. Almost every single attempt has been pretty threatening and forcing Southern Miss to play a much more defensive-heavy game that I'm sure that they would like to be in right now.
That was a great save as well from Astro. Good positioning. Able to receive. Tacostash getting the demo on Zath. This could be big trouble. Melodic able to be there. Good 50. Astro going to be in the waiting. Duckworth will demo him for his effort. Tacostash going to force it in the corner to at least gain some breathing room. And for Southern Miss to have to work for their shot, but Zath, you were right there. Just didn't have the momentum to bring it forward for that 2-0.
It's so unfortunate, but I mean, you are still holding on to 1-0, so opportunity to extend is still in your hands a little bit here, especially just because they've been able to keep Shawnee off so much so far. I think Shawnee's only had 4 or 5 shots so far, which is very low for what it has been throughout this entire series.
Astro going from the ceiling. Can't get the second touch, will be saved. Melodic keeping it in play even with no boost. Slayer will collect. Melodic rotating off finally. Duckworth in the waiting, letting Slayer take that first man roll. Tacostash for the 50. And if things stay how they are, well, the desk would have called it. We will be going to a game 5 as Melodic will be going for the flip reset shot, but can't get the angle.
It's like actually insane to consistently go to game 5 that much.
It's wild. It is unreal.
And that's like a heartbreaking thing too. If you're able to go back and forth as much as you have, I don't know the exact storyline of every single series, but if any of them were the way that this one goes, right, where it's like you win 1, lose 2, win 2, go 5, like at what point are you throwing your hands up and you're like, what's going on?
I'm not throwing my hands up. I'm throwing my controller up somewhere, and it is coming down in pieces as Astro, Melodic, holding that defensive line with a decent amount of boost, waiting. Slayer forcing it in the midfield. 40 seconds here for Shawnee to be able to tie things up. USM just holding it down, keeping that offensive pressure going, not giving Shawnee any chance to transition. As we just approach the final seconds here.
I expect things to get a little bit more aggressive in these next 22 seconds on both ends of the field. That was a very, very good clear up from Astro. Solid follow-ups are starting to come through as well from Southern Miss. Zath off the backboard. Great takeaway from Duckworth. And him and Slayer, they tried to work together to get out. The problem is Southern Miss know that all you got to do is really hold on to that midfield line right now. Take a couple empty shots even. And this becomes an unsavable game. However, 0-second goal could happen. That one was wide. And the clear will fall onto the ground. Southern Miss doing what they have done throughout the entire league play.
7 best of 5s. 7 best of 5s. Now, that is unreal. Legitimately might be a record, I think. I would love to see if we have any stats on that. But that is a unreal accomplishment to go 7 best of 5s during league play. Now, for both of these teams, they will be looking for that win. For Southern Miss, this is a must win for them. Like, no qualms about it. If they lose this, there is very little chance of them making playoffs, as it's already slim as is.
Oh, yeah. If you want to get into all those details, then it's like 10 times the amount of pressure than what they probably feel right now. But I'm sure Southern Miss are here like, there is a chance that we start doing something that seems crazy. Being the first people to go 0-7 at Game 5. Like,
And the only one they didn't go Game 5 was like Northwood. So it's like, yeah, you go 0-3 to Northwood. All right, well, expected. But to everyone else, it's almost absurdist. Like it's just a comedy at this point where you're just laughing it off because of how ridiculous it is, and you're probably going insane. So we will be going to a game 5 between these two teams. Champions field, Shawnee, Southern Miss. Shawnee, this isn't unfamiliar territory for them though, and they clutch it out.
This is actually insane. If I would love for Southern Miss to actually finally get a win here. My heart would go out for them, but Duckworth says, nah, you guys are actually going to see the same record you've seen this entire time. This is the most pressure I have seen from Shawnee State in the last game.
Well, Astro get cut off. And Astro did actually play a much better game last game. That, I think, was a key part, that he was able to hold things down the defensive end and just have great positioning. Now look for the second touch. Using all the boosts he has. Melodic gonna put it off the corner. Zath, I can already hear him going up. He does get the best touch. So Melodic will be the last man back.
Melodic also just trying to keep this in their favor. On 0 boost, there was a chance where that ball got taken away from him. Fortunately, 2 players a little bit too close as far as Shawnee was going. And Zath, just again, Southern Miss doing a great job of keeping this ball close in their possession. Off the backboard, Slayer with a great read of the corner.
I think I would have loved if Melodic had just put it down and in. I don't know if he just didn't have the angle, but I think that's one where you already have so much speed going for it. If you just go for a simple redirect, that definitely goes through. So, Shawnee putting things back in the orange half. 1 shots apiece for the Shawnee players as USM start to get cooking.
3:38 on the clock right now. Game 5. Territory Southern Miss has been in now 7 times, looking to make it different for the first. And Shawnee State just wanting to crush their dreams and break their hearts. Great saves from pretty much every single shot all the way around from Southern Miss. And Slayer off the post.
I thought that was going to be an own goal too. It looked like the angle was coming through, and I would have cried in tragic torment, as that would have been a terrible way to lose yet another best of 7, but it didn't happen. USM still on the cusp, and with it, currently dealing with everything Shawnee has to throw at them.
This one again to the backboard. The good thing, and that I will like clap my hands to Southern Miss for, is they've had that red pretty consistently and covered. Astro back by himself. The one player everybody's kind of had their eyes on, waiting to see if he was going to be able to step up a little bit. It's been pretty much the same game, though, that we've seen in the last 4. And second half of the game coming here. It's still 0-0.
Astro making that corner touch gave me a heart attack. It was like, okay, well, you have to make sure that your teammates are back. None of them are back. Left things open. Melodic, though, might have a free chance. Duckworth doing the smart thing, forcing it to the ceiling. Great 50, though, from Astro. Could open things up. Zath in the waiting for a touch from Slayer. Duckworth going to put it low. As USM wait for their chance, plays it slow. Melodic gonna play it even slower, tries to get the double touch. Slayer scrambling to get it out of the net, and Shawnee hang on.
They looked so good right there too. It was calculated and planned out. The problem is Shawnee, as soon as they're handed that ball, are just gonna take 50,000 shots towards their net after, and Southern Miss are racing back just to kind of hold on to their boost. They're using so much to defend at this point. They're getting worn down. It's just a story that we've seen what feels like a million times at this point.
Moment. Astro. It's a Taco stash. Gotta work on these possession, boys. USM. You're giving Shawnee a lot of chance, and at some point it's going to hit. Astro going to be able to hit it off the back wall. Zath going to clear it in kind. Duckworth, good touch, but it'll be straight to Melodic. Over to Zath. I think that was a miscomm. Astro gets the 50. Looking for a pass. Actually, he's going to be able to get the flip reset, but Melodic backs off.
There's such a crucial amount of communication that is lacking from Southern Miss. There was 2 times already where something could have became a really solid shooting opportunity, and it doesn't happen because communication just looks off. Nobody's communicating, or up even. I don't know what the comms look like. That's one of the better options. You're going forward, you're sending somebody up to go and get the demo, you're creating the space for yourself, but off, take your goal and hold on to it for dear life at this point.
Astro, I rescind everything I said. That goal does not happen without you. And please, for the love of God, USM, don't just give this up on a kickoff goal.
Oh man, it looked like it was going to. No, but 30 seconds left in this game. Taco Stash trying to lead his team to another one. Astro getting a little bit more consistent. And you know what? If it takes it in game 5, if you can finally get your win here, by all means, Melodic. Half a tank to work with. Reset forward over 1. This one taken away immediately.
Astro on the ceiling. Duckworth gonna put it down. Taco Stash. Oh, that is a rough touch, especially if Taco Stash has a decent amount of boost. The pass comes through. Duckworth gets cut off by Melodic, the hero of USM. Can they hang on? They do. Southern Mississippi finally take a game 5.
Huge congratulations to Southern Mississippi. That is just one, unfortunate for Shawnee. There was so many times where they had finally gotten back into things, but Southern Miss, as soon as they got their one goal, it was the game plan became you play the craziest defense of your life.
Oh man, this makes me very happy. I'm so excited to see this, mainly because it wasn't, even though you look at the score line for Southern Miss, like it wasn't a one-man show. This is where every single member got involved. Astro made that goal work. He was the one that stole the boost and demoed Slayer, who was the last man in net here for the Shawnee side, and just relied on Melodic to have his ace shooting, as he always did throughout the course of this series. USM earned this victory.
Oh, for sure. I think when you're placed into a situation like that so many times, eventually you're going to figure out in those high pressure moments what needs to be done. And you and I talked about it a little bit. Astro, he seemed a little lost at times, but when it mattered most, he figured it out. And I'm sure there's some people still trying to figure this series out and exactly like what happened towards the end as far as Shawnee was going. That is a world for the Dest to figure out together. Also, I want to see their faces after that, because I'm sure they were just as shocked as you and I.
Yeah, let's bring in the desk, boys. What do you guys feeling?
I mean, my prediction came correct technically.
You know?
I did say it'd be a 3-1 victory if Shawnee won. They lost game 4, 1 goal differential, so I'm like, okay, they're probably gonna lose this game 5. And then that's exactly what happened here. They really beat themselves, is what we saw happen here, Bass. Shawnee should have won that game 5 based on all the shots, all the pressure, all the open opportunities that they had. They just could not shoot properly on target.
I can't count the number of times they had an either open net or a relatively open shot that they just slammed against the backboard, slammed against the crossbar, slammed against the post, slammed against pretty much everywhere, except for the net. And I really have to concur. I do not believe USM won that series. Shawnee beat themselves in Game 5. That was a bad performance out of Shawnee in Game 5.
Cope. That sounds like
the team just got their first win. You can't be out here being like, whoa, what is 7?
No one takes 6 best of 5s in a row against USM.
That's true. That's true. I mean, hey, that's what I was saying. It's like, it really comes down to USM were owed a win in game 5.
Yeah,
so that's what they got there.
Come on. Give them their flowers for one series.
I do have to give them credit. The goal that they did get, they forced the issue. They got the demo and made it impossible for them to miss. Other than that, the series needed to be better from both teams. So if there's still a chance, which technically there is for Southern Miss, they need to take that momentum and clutch out sooner in these series, close things out. If they have the same power as they did in that first game for the rest of the series, it would have been a 3-0 sweep for USM wholeheartedly. But Shawnee really came back in game 2. They had that warm-up after the first game, got 2 goals and looked pretty decent. And then it just was way too close at the end of it for both of those teams. 1-goal games, I mean, you don't want to keep it that close. Every game matters here in the last week. You need to get more than a game 5 victory. Of course, they were the only team that did not have a victory yet in Summer Series, so congrats to Southern Miss. They did get their flowers. They did get their 1 win, and hopefully for their sakes, they can get the rest of them, because there still is technically a chance to make it in it to that top 8. But with that, I mean, no one's going 0-15 this time. Congrats to everyone. There we go. I feel like that might be a first for Summer Series. We don't know the exact stats on that, but even then, I mean, decent series. some works to be put through for both these teams. We have more results that we'll go through that came in the background after the break. We do have to head on over to a break because we want to keep the action going. And speaking of Mississippi, we have Ole Miss now facing off against Akron Gold, and that is going to be a very intense and important matchup because whoever wins that also has a better shot at getting into that top 6. Stay tuned. We'll be back for more Summer Series action after this.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
I gotta get to you. 74.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CCA Summer Series. We just saw one part of the Mississippi duo of schools, and now we have another part of the Mississippi duo in Ole Miss, who beat USM in the Game 5 series before that last series we just saw. So, hey, finally Ole Miss, they got their Game 5 victory there. We have some reports that came through in the background while we were going through rigmarole here, and they're not really surprising results for the most part. We did talk about the Britton Parker 3-2 over Syracuse. Well, speaking of Britton Parker, they got 3-2 by Fisher. WVU got a 3-0 over Ole Miss, and LCU with a 3-2 over Borregos, and Mizzou with a 3-1 over UTA. UTA just cannot catch a break.
No,
they got their one win against
oh.
Columbia, against Samba. That's all they wanted.
I mean, that's literally, I think, all they need. Okay, that is the only win that they need.
All the bragging rights that they needed for that one. But this one is going to be very important for the standings itself. Ole Miss facing off against Akron Gold. And Akron Gold, I know we talk about gatekeepers a lot. Akron Gold actually made it decently far into the standings for CRL Fall. And this is a different roster than what we've seen in the past. But with Oxy, there's big question marks, big shoes to fill there as well. And they've had some good wins, but again, they need more wins than they've had. They've only had 3 so far out of the 9 matches that they have played. You can see the roster comparisons here. Ole Miss are also another team that has had middling success. They've had some really good wins and some really bad losses, and some really, really bad losses in off-season events too. So it's like, we don't really know how to judge this Ole Miss roster, Seb. Bring it to me. Like, how can we really assess this team? Are they going to be top 6? Like, we don't know.
I mean, that is the $1 million question, right? Are they able to be consistent enough to get that last spot for playoffs? Keep in mind, Shawnee also just lost, but they also just lost to WVU, and I think we're starting to see that they are sort of keeping that consistency of being the middling team. I think a lot of it just goes game by game. The moment that they go against these other teams, they just have to deal with the ones that aren't a threat to them in that top 6. If you look at their schedule, I mean, their last few scheduled matches they have left aren't terrible that they have to deal with, but like, they still have the main University of Akron team. They obviously have Akron Gold. They still got to play Durham College, which could go a bit hairy, and then they still have to play Stockton University, which we don't know how that tends to go. And the thing is that Ole Miss, how they play, it is the most flip-floppy consistency team
So
you can
true.
possibly imagine.
That's the rough part about this, is like trying to assess, okay, will Ole Miss show up? When they show up, they should win this every day of the week. But
It's
Akron
like-
Gold is another team that's like, you doubt them and then they pull off a win. It's like, okay, yeah, that is the Akron Gold we're used to seeing. And then all bets are off. We have no idea how this is going to go with
They
that.
are
It's
literally
so
a
frustrating.
coin flip team where
It
it's like,
is.
if you coin flip
Both these
enough
teams are.
times, it ends up being 50-50 and you end up with a 50% success rate. That's exactly where they're at right now.
Yeah, Ole Miss were 5-5 going into this a little bit earlier, and now we'll get some updated stats on that specifically. But even then, we just really do not know until the rest of the series are played. The biggest match for Ole Miss that I believe that they still have to play is against the main Akron roster. So if they do bad against Akron Gold, that's going to be a tough ask for them to beat the main Akron roster, allegedly. We have to see the results there. I mean, Ball State, they got a 3-0 sweep over Akron, then went 3-1 against Akron Gold. So we really don't know how those teams are going to face off against each other there. We can only talk about how things are going in this specific matchup. And I mean, this would be the only chance for 2 teams to from the same school to make it into the playoffs. Do you think we're going to get that, Herc, or not really?
Oh, I mean, there's always a chance. I would like for it to happen. In that last week of league play, I feel like a lot of these teams, and I say by these teams, I mean like the Akron Golds that are pretty down right now, are kind of in that like fight or flight mode, which that's when you start getting the the like throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks vibes. And that's what I think we're going to kind of get in this series and probably throughout the rest of Akron Gold's game. So yeah, there is a chance. I do see Akron Gold more than most making it through and us getting that double school thing, but it's like y'all have said, it's so coin flippy with this team.
So
They're
I'll use my lens cap.
consistent, inconsistent team ever.
Oh gosh, what's the lens cap say? We need to add
what's
a
the
coin
lens cap say? We
for
need a
Collegiate
coin.
Rocket
We
League
need a
next
coin.
time.
We
do
need a
to
That would
do
actually be so fun.
So
I bet
this
the coin would be the best guesser for predictions.
literally because that's what
Sometimes
basically half these teams
it's
are.
hardcore.
Yeah. So, you know what? I'll save for prediction time.
Yeah,
How about
we'll
that?
save it
I'll
for
Okay.
prediction time for that specifically. But Bass, I feel like you have some words to say here.
I don't really have a lot. I'm gonna just be real, like very straight up with this one. Both these teams need to win. This is very much like this, in my opinion. If Ole Miss loses this, they are not making playoffs. If we see Akron lose this, they are not making playoffs. And Akron at this point, honestly, is one of those teams where they probably haven't even considered trying to make a playoff run at this point. Why? Because 3-6 is not the best record possible. But what they are going to do is they're going to do exactly what ISU did last year. Hey, I know we're not in contention. I don't care. I'm going to give you a loss that you didn't expect. I'm going to give you a loss
So
that you didn't
true.
expect. They just keep doing this. This Akron team has shown their highs, unbelievable. Their lows, I'm not going to get into that. But this team, when they are actually able to play at the level they should play at, can take wins against pretty much any team in this league. So, Ole Miss, you better be prepared today. If you take another weird loss, I don't know how to excuse it. I'm just going to be very real with it.
It's going to be interesting to see exactly how it develops on the field. I mean, this could easily go to a game 5. It could also easily be a sweep for Ole Miss, again, if they are on. And looking at the results that they've had so far today, I mean, not too surprising looking at summer reporting for that. I mean, WVU is WVU. It's good to see the consistency from that roster, too, because game differential is huge for them, by the way. They're currently tied in record with Ball State. 2 different in game differential, 20 for Ball State, 18 for WVU. So that 3-0 brought them that much closer to the conversation for trying to get into that top 2. Northwood are guaranteed as at least top 6, and it's kind of a hard game differential to overcome because they have 12 over top of the second place in Ball State with 32 game differential. So I don't think anyone's touching Northwood's top 2 spot, but WU and Ball State have the best chance to get that. And looking at those games that still remain for it as well, I mean, there's still a lot of potential for it with that. I mean, for Akron, they still have some matches that they should win for that. For Ball State, they have Durham, Davenport. Davenport's going to be a huge one for them. And then Stockton and Syracuse, those should be wins for Ball State. It's all going to come down to that game differential. For WVU, they have Durham, KSU, USM, and Syracuse. And if USM takes them to game 5, like they take so many teams to game 5,
I will
that
laugh
could completely throw
a lot.
away WVU's chances to get in top 2.
Well, BK also involved with the Ball State side, said that they didn't get any game differential from Stockton and their FF, unfortunately. So that kind of goes against them. So the game differential kind of makes things a little bit weird now. At this point, it's just purely on record. So we'll see. But I mean, either way, the top 3 is the top 3. No one is really touching at the moment.
Not at all, especially with like how many losses all the other teams have. Davenport, they could get that upset against Ball State, but even with that, they would need WVU to be upset themselves too to even have a chance to get into that top 2 based on the series score differential there. So we'll speculate as much as we can. I mean, this is speculation station for a reason. In week 4, it comes down to this. And again, we still have matches being played all the way up to Sunday, so we'll have some more information out on that as quickly as we can. But let's get some information to our viewers on predictions for this series. We'll start with you, Herc, and go down the line as always. Who's taking it? How many games?
How many games is nuts?
Game differential matters here.
I could pick a random number, like just out of a thing of straws, and it might be more accurate. Man, okay, so in the coin flip world, I did go Akron Gold. It's something in my gut was like, if I pick against them, this is gonna be the one time that they go crazy. It's gonna be nuts. I think
it's hard
if it
to
is
root for
Akron Gold
in this
if
matchup.
no, because they're gonna do something crazy. They're gonna show up. They're gonna be like, oh, there's nothing else to play for. We might as well go crazy, and then it's gonna happen. So maybe 3-1. If Akron Gold win, it'll be 3-1.
I respect that.
I'm gonna go Ole Miss on this one. I think that yes, they did get swept by WVU, but who isn't? But they beat a USM, which yes, in some ways they look terrible, but in some ways they're also looking really, really good. And I feel that they are two teams that mesh well generally against each other because they're such offensive mechanical powerhouses to play with each other. However, that being said, I think that's something that I don't know if Akron Gold has showcased that they really have an answer to yet. I think they've gotten a couple of all right wins, but I think overall it's just been a kind of whatever project thus far, which is sad to say because I want to see Akron Gold and Akron as an institution succeed. But I think for Ole Miss, like, they need to win this game. They need to win this game.
Really
if they don't, it is like it's Joe.
And they need to win it well too. They
Yeah.
need like a 3-0.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can do it.
This needs to be a win. Needs to be a win. And honestly, that's why I'm also going to pick Ole Miss on this one. I've got Ole Miss. I will say this, and here's the main thing. I don't know if we got full cams here. I'm kind of used to the podcast. But Ole Miss, this is the first time I've had faith in you guys since you started as a roster. I have been hypercritical of this team, and I'm willing to eat all of those words if you can take a win today. Because every other time I've placed faith in you guys, things happen. Let's just put it like that.
The curse is coming.
Please, please show up today. This is a win you should take on paper. The only reason I'm even second guessing myself now is Herc's gut is never wrong, so you guys have a lot to contend with today.
We have two different curses going on. Well,
I
I'm
like
gonna
how
split the
that's,
desk on this one too. Go ahead, Herc.
I was just gonna say, I like how my gut feeling like gets considered by other people now.
It works. You predicted a team that is in last place in West beating the number 3 team.
And
I don't
that
know
was their
how
only
you did
win,
that.
by
Yeah,
the
that
way.
was their only win. The rest of my gut feeling on that was like, oh yeah, they're gonna do so good this year, and then they never won again.
Okay, well, yeah, all right, fair.
The initial gut feelings was most important.
Yeah,
And my
that's
gut
the most
feeling
important
is
one.
that I gotta go with Akron Gold every time, even for play-ins. I went against them and they proved me wrong. And I'm kind of reverse
scared.
cursing you, Bass, on this one. Just to even things out is that they need to show up here. Usually when I doubt them, they show up. Now I'm not trying to doubt them, and we'll see if they show up here in this series. The big proponent of that is Jonathan. He needs to be the one to step up, lead the charge, and get the victory for this team. If he cannot, well, it's GG's and good luck for the rest of the series that you have to play out at the end of the day. But this is a must-win for both rosters, even more so for Ole Miss. They got to get in a sweep. Akron Gold as well if they want a chance. They're -6 and -6 for Ole Miss. So we'll see who comes out on top in this matchup as we take the field.
Our second series of the day, and my goodness, if the stakes could not be any higher. Seb, it's time. You and I get to decide, basically, who is staying in contention for this 6th spot.
Yep, it is time for Ole Miss to put up or shut up. There was hype around this roster when it was formed, when Ole Miss decided to enter Rocket League. But thus far, it's been a bit of a disappointment. Now is where they prove us wrong here against Akron Gold.
They need to. Again, we keep saying this, but they quite literally need to. For an Ole Miss that is quite literally on the fringe of playoffs right now, the percentages of them to either make it or miss it, 40% between the two. 20, I think 19% that they make it, 18% that they finish in 7th place. It is quite literally make or break for this team. I don't know how we can explain these stats and really the stakes any higher.
We know that one of the big question marks for Akron Gold is Oxy, how he's fitting in with the squad. 2-man up right now for Akron. Leaves it open for Ole Miss to transition. C-Money able to keep in the midfield.
Calm start here. Their team really doing all too much with the ball. Kind of feels like both sides are just kind of playing this one out. And that's not too surprising. Again, for an Akron team that has been highly aggressive but also super volatile, I would not be surprised for Ole Miss to look at this and go, what version of them are we getting today? The answer, a very aggressive midfield. My goodness, these challenges do not relent, and it results in the first goal for Akron.
Yeah, I mean, look at Oxy coming in, beating Ole Miss to the ball. That almost looked like it was straight over Stelt's head, but regardless, he was getting a straight beat to it. Akron Gold kicking us off here with hyper aggression, and honestly, that's kind of what you need to do. Going up against a team like Ole Miss with the likes of Lunar, Stealth, and C-Money on it, all three can be incredibly aggressive players. How do you match that? Well, you fight them right back.
And I will say, this is definitely also a team that is going to have a coach that is used to playing against this hyper-aggressive play style, because this is kind of what it was. You guys remember, what was it? What was the team with, like, Scrub Killer, Rye, and oh my goodness, a couple other players. I was going to say, Adam Baguette, the coach of Ole Miss, is the same coach that coached that team to a top 4 in Europe. He might need to coach them how to play some backboard defense.
A little bit. Yeah, or just have someone back post, simple Rocket League like that. Hey, good fundamentals. So it will be a 2-0 for Akron Gold, as they're willing to shut us up real quick. But that will be a kickoff goal for Lunar. Akron, you can take that, but can't give too many of those away.
What is happening in this first minute or so of this game? It's
I'm
been chaos.
very
Neither
confused.
team.
Yes, this is
neither team gets anything going, and then all of a sudden it's just an outpouring of offense.
Yeah, this is kind of the opposite of how I would expect both these teams to play. I would expect Ole Miss to go ahead, get the really aggressive goals, but then miss a kickoff goal. But now it seems like the opposite. Stealth go for the solo flip reset off the back wall. A little bit confused from Akron Gold as these double commits coming from literally everywhere.
What is happening?
What?
No, we're just gonna ignore this one. It's gonna be a goal. It's gonna be a goal for Ole Miss. It's gonna be a goal for Ole Miss.
Thank you.
There it is.
Thank
Okay,
you.
finally. I knew it was coming eventually. Somehow Akron just delayed the inevitable.
This is turning out to be a game of all time, Bass.
This is C3 gameplay, brother. Welcome back to CCA.
Someone redeem it. Someone redeem it. We need it. Thank you, Patty. I think he's in chat. You can do it, and yeah, just deal with it. Lunar gonna take the possession. Tie game, 3 minutes remaining, and that's going to be a bump as well. Stealth coming from wherever. I'm assuming that was just miscommed.
This whole game feels miscommed at the moment here. It feels like both teams kind of recognize the stakes, and they are playing just like that. There's nobody back for this, right? Dude, do not bump your team. Wait. Milio gets the goal. You saw them bumping each other to fight for this one, right?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yep. Yes, I did, with no one in nets. All right, this is Ole Miss. Now, going 3-2. Akron Gold, please. Better lock in. Just put this one away.
Dude, if I hear another person, talk trash about West after watching the gameplays that we've seen today from East, I will never respect them again. It's like Reynolds with his take about Johnny Boy not talking about ball if he doesn't believe that G2 is a top 5 team. If you believe that East is still... Oh my goodness! I was going to say, if you believe that East is still a head and shoulders above West at this point, bro, that should never be a shot.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I have reevaluated my position on the Western slander, and I have made a decision that I will no longer give it to Western slander.
You know what? I appreciate that. After somebody who's been literally trying to fight for that exact position for 2 years, it's nice to see that the West is still competitive. However, let's focus on the East for at least a second here, because despite the fact that this game has been utter chaos through the first 3 minutes, it's been pretty close. 3 goals here for Akron Gold means they're up by 1, but here comes Ole Miss. That probably should have been a passing play, and that probably shouldn't have been a double commit.
Yeah.
I don't understand these plays at all, and I'm trying to get any sort of grip.
I'm trying to just, wrap my head around it, because I was wondering as to why Stealth went up so early for it. It seemed like it was a passing play, but I don't think it was properly calmed or played. But I appreciate Lunar not getting too aggressive and just wanting to stay back to at least mitigate the damage that could be done, as he will get the flick on up. Stealth is going to put one on just high. C-Money will get the cleanup. We have a tie game with 90 seconds remaining.
That's probably the most efficient offense we have seen out of Ole Miss so far. Lunar, great beat out at midfield and the bait in on the flick. Afterwards, he goes headhunting for Milio, so nobody's back. And that's the type of offense we need to see out of Ole Miss. For a defense that has looked extremely nervous and very jumpy, you're going to need to take advantage of this. If Akron Gold does continue to double and triple commit, find those openings, find those gaps, and find your goals. Right now, find some defense. Oxy, Jonathan, the 1-2 combo! My goodness!
This pass from Oxy, I mean, it was so simple, but it just so stylish. He knew what he wanted, leaves it for Jonathan, and that kind of leaves Lunar with his head scratching. 4-3 for Akron Gold.
All right, we're starting to get an actual game here at this point. Both teams starting to flex a little bit on offense. I'd like to see them flex a bit more on defense, but for right now, if we just get a complete shootout, who am I to judge? My goodness, what a challenge out of Milio. This Akron team continuing to make these really aggressive dives midair. It's working out for them so far, but it's very much a risk versus reward strategy.
So shout outs to Monsieur Danger Taco for coming in. Why is the net empty? 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 Sorry, I'm crashing.
I wish that my computer just crashed. I really do. Then I wouldn't have to witness what was that. I mean, this is, again, it's not a bad shot, but it's also like, why is no one there? Lunar pre-jumps on that one, and if he's going to pre-jump, you at least need to make contact with the ball. He's there way too early, doesn't judge the shot correctly. This has quite literally been a game of all time, and it's only the first game of the series. Seb, I'm a little bit worried right now, brother.
You know what? I live for chaos. You know, this is the end of league play. Why not have a little chaos? Everybody just wants to watch the world burn. Stealth puts this one on. Great save from Emilio. C-Money having to retreat back, be able to keep it out. But last 30 seconds here for Ole Miss. It's been a tiring game for them, but still an opportunity. C-Money going for the demo and Squishy saving out. It will be a bit funky, but they need to get themselves a goal here.
Trying to get some offense started. I would say unsuccessfully so far, but a lot of that is due to Akron just not giving them an open net. Not going to be any openings there, but Milio the cut through could prevent the counterattack from Ole Miss. Regardless, it will not change the results, and that's why you see them diving that aggressively out at midfield. I don't care if this goal goes in. It was do or die here for Ole Miss. They send the house. They do not come up with anything. It's a 3-6 victory here in Game 1 for Akron.
Unfortunately, not a great way to start for Ole Miss, as I need to reboot my brain. Give me a moment. All right, we're good. Now, last 5 seconds. Akron Gold just going to clean this one up. Ole Miss, they need to figure it out. I mean, so much of this is just, they have the ability, and I think they're setting these attempts up really well, but the comms are just so out of whack, and I really don't know why, because a lot of just the instincts that are coming through are just a bit strange. I mean, we're seeing Stealth just trying to pre-jump these passes that they're really just in no position to receive, and so much of it, I feel, is just on Ole Miss losing rather than just Akron straight winning.
And it really goes to show how odd of a game this has been when a lot of our biggest criticisms for Akron have been double and triple commits on defense. If you see a team double or triple committing on defense, giving gaps, you should be registering 11 shots like Ole Miss did. You should not be only converting 3 or 11. That's not enough. So Ole Miss right now needs to try and find themselves just some more, I'd say, like you said, cohesion, fluidity, just consistency. Because right now it feels like when they are putting together a good offense, it dazzles. When they don't, well, that's the result.
Yeah. Now, that being said, I think we're kind of going to the series. We just want to see it a bit cleaner. We want to see a better match between these two because we know the capability is there. Akron Gold, I mean, they're doing a good job at just punishing Ole Miss when they need to. And I think that's the main important part is the Ole Miss, they're leaving these openings when they really don't need to. But Akron, it would be very easy for them to flub and then just let Ole Miss just put shot in after shot. But they're punishing them when they need to. They're cutting off in the midfield when they need to. And it is working out for them. So Game 2 in what will be a best of 5. Akron will look to cement their lead in this series, and Ole Miss are just going to try and clean it up.
I got to see a better game out of Ole Miss here, and I know that they can. Again, this is the first time I've really had faith in this team in a hot moment. Do not make me regret that, Ole Miss. I like the way they're starting off here. Stealth, flip reset in the bag, can't make contact in. Oh no, Jonathan with a full breakout. Nobody's even on him, and this is something I was going to bring up before we started this game. I do feel this Ole Miss team right now very susceptible to counterattacks. They haven't really been punished on too many of them, but it feels like this is going to start to become a problem if they don't close it down.
Well, you can see even Lunar and C-Money, they're taking these really wide rotates to collect some boost and just hope that Akron aren't going to be able to set up. But the thing is, against any stronger team like that, you can fully expect a team to be able to punish, and just like they do there, what a beautiful pass over to Oxy.
This is so clever from Milio, though, because he knows he can rip the shot on. C-Money's super awkward, but if you put it just too far away from him, C-Money can't dive for the shot because it's technically a pass. Can't try and dive for the pass because he knows he's going to get beat on the shot. He just has to flop there and hope that maybe he can get into the way and maybe make a save. The answer, absolutely not. Akron showing, yeah, you can get passing plays on offense, so can we, and we're trying to go for bumps as well, but right now, it's all Akron through this first minute.
Yeah, still doing a good job at reading the aerial bump, though, and at least mitigating some of the offense. Stealth, maybe looking for another chance off the back wall. Can't get the angle as it's scooped from underneath. Good defense from Akron to keep them alive. Lunar taking control, passing to no one. C-Money passes it back to no one. Lunar straight to Stealth, and we'll go back on the offense here. C-Money finally taking some possession.
And Definitely feels like those wider rotations that you were critical of before are still a massive problem here for Ole Miss. Whether it's them extending too far out at midfield, that's why when the ball jumps to them, they're not expecting it, or being all the way back on plays where they need to have quicker follow-ups. Something's not going right here for Ole Miss. I don't know if it's the fact that they are still a little bit worrisome after their battle against USM, which they had to win in 5. As it currently stands, they cannot play like this against an Akron team who have proven themselves to not only be quick on the transition, but lethal on the offense.
You almost see Ole Miss get punished for that as well. Lunar on the way back. Just rough
Ooh.
and tumble. C-Money not in the angle to put this on. Jonathan will take possession. Lunar will stuff. Maybe a pass down to Stealth, who's just going to steal the boost instead. Smart if they can keep this boost starving going. Keep the offense extended. That's a shot on. Oxy straight to it. Jonathan puts a dime in. Lunar to play it safe as demos start to come through for Ole Miss.
I will say another double commit on defense from Akron that Ole Miss is not quick to. If they had been there a little bit quicker on the follow-up, there's a chance they at least get a shot, if not a goal there. But instead, going to halftime, still down by 1. Fake out of, I believe, Jonathan. Emilio to follow up, meaning Oxy now, last one back. A lot of work to do, but Stealth, no boost in the tank, and he knows that, so we'll make the initial challenge mid-air. The follow-up challenge is a bit too late. Stealth now in a 1v3. No buy time for his teammates to get back, but again, these wide rotations from Ole Miss preventing them from having quick enough follow-ups in comparison to Akron, who you can see it every time there's a ball in the air, somebody's there. Emilio, one more touch, looking for the reset.
No.
Jonathan, the lead block, and Lunar still with a save.
Okay, Ole Miss starting to lock down a little bit, and I think even that double commit on the defensive end was probably worth it, as it prevented any dunks downwards, just pinched it out. C-Money, Stealth, gives it a pass. Lunar, that's good. Play a bit smarter, play a bit more patient. C-Money will have the shot, and he does. Ole Miss finally ties this game.
Risky strategy. You can see all of Ole Miss refusing to rotate off the half, and when Lunar recognizes that he's not going to get a 50 there, nor is a touch going to happen from Akron, he's called off entirely by C-Money. And you're talking about communication needing to be a priority for this Ole Miss team. It's the best example we have seen so far. The only issue for them, it's their first goal here in Game 2. They still have a lot to contend with Akron, who, in my opinion, has still had the more efficient offense. Feels like only a matter of time before they find a second. Could it be here?
Nice.
Shot on target.
Ooh.
Emilio, the last second redirect, denied by C-Money.
Yeah, that was very well played from C-Money, being able to get the pinch over. And honestly, I'm also liking how Ole Miss are starting to play the offense a little bit. That's just open, as I don't think Akron was expecting a beat challenge here.
Oh, it's Emilio getting bumped off the ball.
Yeah.
Lunar was going to just kind of go headhunting for that one, and all of Akron believing Emilio at least gets a touch on the ball. Doesn't happen. Not enough time to recognize, and that's a huge play out of Ole Miss. The offense finally starting to click.
Yeah, and I think what I like about Ole Miss's offense right now is, while yes, their offensive shots, like, they're not always the best, but they're trying to be a bit more patient in their shots. They're realizing that literally Akron Gold, they're just transitioning really quick based off of our flubs 50s in the offensive zone by, like, getting really impatient with our shots. And now if we just wait a little bit, look for our opportunity, we'll be able to net some goals.
They're playing with a perfect balance right now, where it's, again, we talked about they need to be a bit quicker with this second player to be there for the rebound for the shots, but they're not rushing the shots once they arrive. They're keeping possession, and they're making sure that Akron don't get away with the double commits that have been clearing the lines on repeat, but there's definitely a little bit more to be done here for this Ole Miss team if they want to keep this efficiency up. Plays like this would be huge. What a shot from Lunar!
Whoa.
What a save from Emilio!
If there was any time for Akron to make their comeback, now would be it, as Lunar able to make the save with 0 boost. Jonathan in the waiting. Stealth just going to clang this downfield. Maybe wait for another attempt. Actually, this could work out. Jonathan being patient off the back wall. The last 30 seconds, Akron, only so many possessions left.
Pass down. Akron looking for the lead block. They're going
No
to
way.
get it, but Oxy's shot a little bit awkward, and it's not even going to slip underneath the net. More often still being generated. C-Money, the early challenge, and he's beat out by his opponent. Oxy going to fake like he's got boost. It doesn't work out, but it does force Ole Miss to try and clear the lines with all of the resources in their tank.
C-Money,
Expect Akron to stay
why?
aggressive, and they will be. Jonathan off the ceiling, needs one more touch. Off the backboard, Emilio there! And it hits the ground. Akron do not take the win here in Game 2. Ole Miss to even us out.
Gave me a little bit of a heart attack there, C-Money, as it would have just, I think, been better just to clang it downfield and hope for a better 50, at least in the orange half, rather than try and get a carry and then forcing it to the blue half. Regardless, Ole Miss able to take the win of a very scary last second, but still, Lunar 6 saves, by the way. Oh, man, putting in the work, which is good. I mean, a lot of it came down to, I think, they were just playing a lot more patient. I think you really saw that reflected in the game, where, like, you didn't see Lunar just overextend for these saves. He relied on his teammates to get the 50s at the goal line that he needed to, and same with the offense. I don't know how many times that Lunar went for a shot, it was 50'd, and then sent back down the other way for an almost goal attempt. That happened at least 3 times, but the one time he didn't, Ole Miss were able to score off of C-Money.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at finding the openings when they arrive. Something we were critical of in Game 1, where Akron would give them these chances, but they just wouldn't take advantage or even attempt to take advantage of it. Game 2, not the same thing. Not by a long shot. A much more impressive game here overall for this Ole Miss squad. But like you said, Lunar with 6 saves goes to show they're not shutting down the offense of Akron. They still need to be careful about that. If Akron start to up their efficiency for the myriad of shots they're taking, it's going to be problematic. I think in particular, Oxy had like 8 shots that game by himself. They still need to shut this offense down.
Yeah, and Oxy, I mean, we're seeing glimpses and sparks of just how good he is able to be. Excuse me. But we just need to see it consistently, I think, a bit more, especially as Ole Miss will be trying to shut him down sooner. But that's a shot on. Just a poor defensive touch. Akron able to open this up at 1-0.
We've talked a lot about double commits on defense here. Unfortunately, Ole Miss showing they are also susceptible to that. Oh, boy. Lunar straight up bumped Stealth off that ball. I think Stealth actually had the save and the catch there. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Shouldn't have been a first goal here, but Akron will gladly take it.
Yeah, we take those as always. As
what is happening?
Guess you just lost another best of 5.
No, not again.
To WVU.
I mean,
that's tragic.
At least it's, you know, they're playing well against WVU. It's
Dude,
not like it's going to make a difference at this point.
That's it. Like that's essentially because I believe they also lost to Akron Gold in the best of 5. That is essentially donezo for USM.
Well, welcome to CCA, USM. I know this is your...
no.
Oh, my goodness! I don't care about USM anymore. I care about Emilio. That is just muscled out at midfield.
Yeah. And so much of this just essentially himself. He took it off that back wall. C-Money with a terrible challenge, but Emilio perfectly positioned forces this to a 2-0.
That was just really clever at Emilio as well, though. He waits until his back 2 wheels are on the ground so he can use a wave dash into the ball so that he can just keep momentum as he goes through, because otherwise he would have been completely stalled. But even just that little bit of momentum means he gets a quick follow-up. The shot goes on target, and well, there you go. It's another goal here for Akron and Ole Miss, where we've talked about it. They need to find ways to shut down these individual plays. So many times they get stomped out at midfield or they get beat at midfield, and nobody is back or prepared. Lunar has been able to do that a couple times, but like we said, Lunar cannot be the only defense for this Ole Miss team. They need other ways to stop the offense. Similar for Akron, though. This pass was well choreographed. They should have seen this coming.
Yeah, just so clean in transition. Straight to C-Money, straight to Stealth, who had the proper comms in place. We're reading each other very well to at least get that shot off. So Ole Miss not out of it just yet. I think they're starting to improve a little bit more. I mean, it just looks like the communication is on another level at the moment and is very, very much improving. Jonathan will take the 50. Stealth just way over. Fortunately for Ole Miss, they're going to have to be on the defense again.
Offense right now starting to, I'd say, come together for both teams. And again, it's really that defense that we've been having to look at for either side. My goodness, who got the bump there? Is that going to work out? What? I don't know who got the bump on the backboard, but they somehow sent Oxy perfectly into a pass for his teammate.
Lunar, yeah, Lunar. I mean, listen, it was a bit of a demo chase, and I get it, and it's not like Emilio and Jonathan were terribly out of position, but what a pass and what responsiveness from C-Money to be able to receive it. That will be a tie game. Demos are traded back and forth.
I gotta say, I just now am seeing all of chat calling C-Money just C$, and I like that. It's a good nickname, and I know it's literally just C-Money, but, you know, spelled a different way. But looking fly, feeling fly, and looking, oh, okay, I was gonna say good. That's, I mean, fly is one word to use there.
Ooh.
Oh, fake out is another. My goodness, C-Money just leaves this off the backboard, and all of Akron goes, well, I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this was on C-Money getting a good read off of the ball, but obviously not having enough boost. Lunar, though, not wanting to back off. That's the perfect time to be aggressive on the offense.
This is everything we've been looking for out of Ole Miss. This is the version of them that we need to see in order for them to make playoffs. I'm not 100% convinced quite yet, as Ole Miss are still only up by 1 goal. And they're also not shutting down Oxy here. Somebody's got to make the challenge. Eventually, C-Money does, but by the time he does, it's a bit too late. Good transition, though. Milio by himself now has a lot of work to be done. Lunar, one good touch. Looking for another. Drop down to stealth, though, interrupted by the Akron defense.
Jonathan, a lot of space. Oxy, the possession. Stealth going to put one just wide. Lunar in the ready for it, but that forces C-Money to go all the way back. Milio, you can expect, as aggressive he is, to at least make Ole Miss work for this possession. No boost. Oxy sends it downfield. Jonathan almost gets the aerial double to open things up. This is looking dangerous. Milio puts it up high. Can't put a shot on, but it will be saved by Lunar.
Akron are hunting for that 3rd goal at this point. You can see them trying a myriad of different options on offense and also bumping their teammates on defense. Again, I'm not going to continue to hound on the defense that needs to improve at this point. Milio might not make a difference here, though, if he can just get somebody center. Jonathan was way too far back, and now I actually am going to go back to that defensive bump. It threw them out of rotation, meaning nobody was there as the second man.
You can see Akron right now. They're playing this really wide offensive rotate right now, just trying to make sure those midfield pads are secured. Oxy playing it weird. Lunar with the save. Stealth almost leaves that one in. As Ole Miss scrambling to keep their rotation alive. Oxy's able to put this through. Tie game 123.
Chaos reigns supreme here in CCA. It's what the C stands for, and unfortunately for Ole Miss, I don't really know how you escape a scenario like that. It just feels like all of Akron were diving. Eventually, something had to give, and, well, it does. 3-3 here with 1:23 to go. I kind of feel like we still haven't seen the final goal in this game from either side. If we get another high-scoring affair, I would not be surprised. Akron trying to get it started here. Touch out at midfield, though, intercepted by C-Money, and not a great follow-up, or maybe it'll work out. Double commit from Ole Miss. Again, still a very prominent problem for both sides.
I was kind of shocked at how passive that was from Lunar, considering how just aggressive they have been in the midfield. Milio almost having a chance. Stealth needs to get another 50 here, and he does. What? And this goes all the way back. Oxy having to force this through and just keep that possession alive. Lunar looking for the demo. Stealth in the waiting. This could be dangerous for Akron Gold.
This has been a very quick-paced end to the game here. It feels like both teams have just turned it up to Mach 11. Not necessarily benefiting either one of them. It's why we've seen so many mispositioned plays from teams that are just playing too aggressively, too fast forward. Oxy, a great example there. Yeah, you might have been able to make the challenge, but now you've left your teammates in the 2v3 the other way, and you almost just shot on your own net. You better be able to get this one out here. Jonathan Emilio will do it for you, but this defense all starts from that poorly timed challenge out of midfield. The over-aggression of Boost means nobody's got any on defense.
That will be Stealth. That will be Stealth being as clutch as he can be in the last winding seconds. I mean, Jonathan, that should have been saved, dog. That should have been red. I understand it wasn't the best positioning for your team, but that is the kind of save that you need to make to keep your team alive. Now, 16 seconds. It's been a bit crazy these past few weeks for Rocket League. We've seen some crazier things, especially if Jonathan will be given that much room, but Stealth will carry all the way across the field. Last possession will come through. Last second winding down. Lunar trying to end it early, but Oxy has a decent amount of boost to play with. Gets the demo. This could be weird, but it will be a win for Ole Miss.
That's another close game here, though. Ole Miss able to take it, but it's 4-3 overall, and after a 2-1 victory in the last one, it still feels like Akron Gold got an ace up their sleeve that they've been hiding from us the entire time. When this offense does get together, it's fantastic, but really it has been the defense that we've been the most critical of for either team. It feels like when push comes to shove and chaos starts to really show itself in a series like this, all of a sudden, teams start to fall apart on defense. I don't know if it's the speed, the pressure, what it is, but the defenses right now need to take a deep breath and collect themselves. It kind of goes to show you how, I wouldn't say even efficient it has been. That's 4 goals on 9 shots, shooting almost 50% on their side, and then meanwhile on the other side, it's 3 for 10. Yeah, it's not a crazy shooting percentage, but when you think about how many of Akron's goals were set up off of the initial shot hitting off the backboard, getting registered, and then the follow-up, it's very clear. The defenses are not interfering enough right now. It feels like both teams are just kind of firing on all cylinders, and they're like, all right, cool, good enough.
Bast, do you know how fast Mach 11 is?
I do not. You want to tell me?
It is 8,500 miles per hour.
It's about accurate, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that's how fast Rocket League cars go?
I'm going to be so real with you. I stopped trying to count how fast Rocket League cars go when I think somebody put out a thing. It was like, oh, yeah, the average speed of a car is like 80 miles an hour. You cannot tell me they're supersonic at 80 miles an hour. No.
Supersonic's pretty fast. It is not 80 miles per hour. I can almost run faster than that. No, I'm just kidding. No one can run that fast. But regardless, we are underway with game 4. Ole Miss with the lead now. Akron Gold struggling to deal with what Ole Miss are offering as far as a more patient style of play.
Oh, no, please.
No,
okay,
no,
good.
no, no,
I thought
no,
we were going to
this
get
is
another
not,
open
no.
net to start this off.
This isn't game 1. We're past game 1. Thankfully.
Yeah, you say that. I still feel like we could get one here, and honestly, it'd be detrimental to an Ole Miss who are trying to close this series out here and now, and they absolutely need to. Like we said, it is not just the fact that they need this a win in order to stay in playoff contention. They need as many games as possible. Game differential extremely important here in Summer Series, so for Ole Miss to be able to close this one out in 4 would go a long way at their chances at playoffs.
See money. Come on, bro. Dude, all right.
No open nets. What happened?
All right. Yeah, no, I said this isn't going to be a game 1. Well, it might just be the case as all of this just was shenanigans. I understand it's the corner. It can be weird. Lunar was almost even there for it off the mistake. But, boys, it is early, so you do have time. You got to lock in. Something about this map, by the way, just always sends things crazy. I always just see crazy stuff happen on this map.
I will say this is probably the least liked map of both pros and collegiate players alike. They complain about this one constantly, and to that I say I don't care. It's an awesome looking map. Get
pretty.
Over it. It's extremely pretty. Get over it. But I will say it does lend itself to chaos, like a lot of chaos, and we've used that word a lot here, mainly because I don't know what other word to describe what we're seeing here. Yeah, you can call it aggressive. Yeah, you can call it very challenge heavy. You can call it a lot of words, but the main thing that is happening is we are seeing double commits that don't go punished, double commits that happen often, and then plays like this where it just kind of feels like nobody's really prepared for it, and then turns into demos and an open net. What other word would you use to describe that besides chaos?
I understand. I understand your point, Bass. I very much understand, because now I am looking at Stealth making this flip, and I'm like, did you think that you were safe? Because you're not. The safe has been in shambles, and that was a goal. So Akron Gold are able to take advantage and punish. Ole Miss struggling to at least get any sort of read on what Akron is providing.
All right, I will give chat a little bit of credit here. I hate giving Twitch chat credit at literally any time, but I will agree with this one. It's at least better than the pitched version of this map, because the pitched version of this map looks really weird. So that I will give you that. That's the only thing I will give chat today. Otherwise, I'm not giving them anything. Similar to Akron, not giving Ole Miss even a chance at this game. Right now, Ole Miss, 1 registered shot through 2 minutes of play. Akron has finally done the one thing we've been asking for all series: play some defense.
A little bit of defense. That being said, Jonathan will take possession. Stealth just can't get in the midfield. Jonathan might peek here as he goes from the ceiling. Lunar there for the save, as always. C-Money sends it over to Stealth as almost an open net occurs. Stealth getting the flip reset. Can't get the 50. C-Money will play it close. Puts it just barely on. Ole Miss on the board.
That is a beautiful shot out of C-Money, and I will say, I'm going to give credit to Lunar on this one, but if he had not gotten that bump, that play goes downhill so quickly it is not even funny. The good thing is for Ole Miss, rarely do they send the house, but when they do, they usually come up with a goal, and I think they understand why. They do not want a Game 5 versus Akron. They need to close this out here and now, and they need this one to roll on in. It will not, off the bar, and Milio is back.
C-Money tries to force it through, but the 50 did come in time. By the way, Cam said the pitch is better. I don't know how you feel about that.
Disagree, but also at the same time, look, man, at the end of the day, I know Cam also just hates this map, so I can understand him probably liking the pitched version versus just, this map at a base. So fair enough, fair play.
All right, Lunar coming off the backboard. C-Money in the waiting. Oxy playing this very passive. Stealth gonna force it through in the gold line. It will be 50 to wait. Oxy, no boost, just trying to get some time. Jonathan, give it a lot of room. Get him a lot of room indeed. C-Money whiffing on the defense. No one will be there. Akron had an opportunity in their hands.
This one's a little bit awkward for Akron. It feels like they've just left a lot of opportunities at the table. Like you said, chance after chance, but I think that is intentional. Again, they prioritize defense in this game. It's very clear they're playing a lot more, I'd say, preventative out at midfield right now. And it's a good way to play against an Ole Miss who rarely do they get the chances, but when they do a lot of high percentage plays. They go for the bump. They send the house, like we said multiple times. Or you just serve it to them on a platter. What was the plan here off the ceiling? What was the plan, Oxy?
I think he was just trying to go for a pinch that would send it to the wall, but he definitely did not get that, and it was definitely not calmed. And that might have thrown away this game if it swings into Ole Miss's favor. What a rough way to give that one up, though. That being said, Ole Miss might have given up one themselves as this defensive touch goes through, but Ole Miss, hang on.
There's still a lot more left to hang on here at this point, though. Ole Miss not out of the blender yet. And again, it's that preventative midfield. You can see it, Oxy waiting for his challenge. Milio the same thing, and he somehow gets through a 2v1. Impressive defense being shown here from Akron, but it's not been enough. They still have a tie game to contend with, and with about a minute to go, they're honestly needing a win here just to keep the series extended. Milio, good challenge, but he's not going to get there first. Oxy will on the rebound. Off the ceiling. Can he redeem himself for his poor ceiling play before? Absolutely. Where's the follow? Jonathan beat out by C-Money.
C-Money needed to make that defensive touch here. Same with Stealth, and they're able to just barely hang on. Trying to get as much time as possible and waste the clock. That needed to be a challenge for Milio as Lunar will get the midfield challenge. Milio waiting. Lunar to Oxy. Stealth waiting for his chance. C-Money in the waiting as well. Looking to end it all here as Akron just barely hanging on. Looking to at least force this game 5.
Oxy, no boost in the tank, but he can at least make the challenge. Stalling Ole Miss for a half a second. You gotta be careful, though. C-Money been hitting the gym, I can tell.
Oh, yeah,
Dude's
dude.
muscling through like half of his 50s right now, and it feels like every time he catches Akron off guard. You can't be too cautious at this point, though, because you're just trying to at least play for an overtime. And I think we're going to get it. Hold on, that stays up the wall.
Why?
It's actually beneficial to Akron because it passed out.
Why?
Milio there, shot denied by Lunar, and we get an OT.
With how aggressive that first post positioning was, that could have been disastrous.
No,
as
no,
this
no,
one
no.
will fly
Okay.
on through, but it will go up the sidewall. Emilio will get the bump. Lunar takes possession going into this overtime. The pressure is all on Akron.
I'd honestly say that the pressure is also all on Oxy. He's been the player that's been left by his lonesome on the back so many times, and really also been the linchpin to the offense here as well. If he plays good midfield, Akron can build that pressure, but if he is not able to make the challenge at the right time, it's problematic. However, first 30 seconds here, it's been all Akron pressure, and it's Oxy to try to end it.
Oh
Lunar
my
there
gosh.
will make another save, same with C-Money, and all of Ole Miss forced to play some defense.
Goal line having to become a wall of Ole Miss players if they want to live on. C-Money trying to get the shot on. Emilio will take possession. Lunar, full tank of gas. He's a bit awkward, but he's able to put it to the side. C-Money, that was a full tank that just got demoed, but Lunar able to keep his team alive.
In the corner, Lunar trying to run interference. He's not even going to touch the ball. He's just trying to bait out challenges out of Akron. And it's a good idea if you have somebody there to follow it up. But instead, all it does is give Akron time now to get some boost, get some defense, but not enough. That shot, had it been on target, would have ended the series. Akron Gold right now thanking the lucky stars that that was not on target.
Yep, that was a heart-racing moment for Akron, and they are going to want to respond in kind. Challenging in the midfield, Emilio wanting to at least force this game 5 as soon as possible. Jonathan off the corner, not challenged, but Lunar will be there with the save. Again, just how many saves is Lunar going to have to get? He's back at 6 already. I think that's just how they want to play, as demos will be traded. We go to a 2v2.
11 total saves at this point here for Ole Miss. And honestly, that's not surprising considering the 14 shots coming out of Akron Gold. Akron have somehow upped their defense while playing an even more aggressive offense. I don't understand how that works. I understand how this works if it had been on target. Milio does not slide that under the bar, but at this point in overtime with 2 minutes gone, both teams have had their chances.
Oxy tries to get the read off the back wall. Stealth trying to beat the rotation as well. As all of this just becomes a speed game. See who can get the best challenge out of a 50. Lunar, he's in the waiting. Ole Miss will take the series.
Lunar just waited for his opportunity. He had played enough defense and said, fine, it's time to send the house. And they do it at least once per overtime, once per game, and usually they come up big. Ole Miss earning this win, keeping themselves in playoff contention.
That was one that was deserved. I mean, dude, look at oh, they left, but you can see Lunar still in that lobby. 7 saves to his name, and most of them were done in regulation. Ole Miss put up a wall on the Mississippi River, and they never let it down.
I got to give compliments to Lunar on that one. That is genuinely, like, that's one of the performances of all time. Bro just put up a brick wall on defense and said, fine, you need me to play some offense? Watch me score on my first drive. impressive. There's not really another word to say. And honestly, good for Ole Miss. Again, it's
They needed that.
we've had a lot of questions about for a hot minute now. It feels like they were supposed to be one of the newest up-and-comers when it came to this split, when it came to even last semester. Now they're finally getting the pieces together, and I'm very excited to see what they can do here because that really ups their odds of making it into playoffs now. They have a very good chance, in my opinion, of making it into the 6th spot.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2-1 on the day. They lost to WVU, which is kind of expected, but they beat USM. They beat Akron Gold. I believe looking at their master sheet, the only other teams they have to play is actually University of Akron and then Durham College. And that, I believe, is it. Oh, and I believe, yeah, no, that's basically it, essentially. And I think Syracuse, yeah, in Stockton, excuse me, reading that. But that was a incredible performance from Ole Miss, and their series is very close to coming to the end, and it will get tighter for the playoff race. Let's bring in the rest of the desk to figure out what was happening during that series, because we saw the best of Ole Miss and the worst at the same time.
I mean, we saw the best of Akron Gold and the worst of it too. It's so frustrating because, like, if that last clear by Oxy didn't happen, that goal wouldn't have happened too, because it cleared right in the center of midfield. There was nobody there to take the ball, and unfortunately, it bit them in the butt. But they were also playing from behind the majority of that OT. They didn't have much boost to work with. They were struggling to even take it from their opponents for the most part, and it was just a rough spot to be in. You could see that they were just getting drained emotionally and physically throughout that OT, and
as were
there just was no
by
chance
the
for them
way.
to really do anything. But
I know y'all
it
were
is what it is. I
panicking.
mean, Akron Golds, I feel like I might have cursed them a little bit there. Sorry, Herc, because
No,
every time I root against them, they win. Every time I root for them, they don't. And it just seemed to be the case here. But also, it was Ole Miss showing up. And Ole Miss now having to play against Akron later from seeing them play against the Akron Gold roster. I mean, what do they need to keep with this matchup win into that next one, Herc, to keep that going?
Bro, you.
Just win. You could just say that.
Just win. Like when you find your rhythm, just keep the consistency. I just
Easier said than done.
I know.
Consistency is what we did not see from Akron Gold, unfortunately, during that series. But again, I don't think they're technically out of the conversation. We'll get some more math done in the background, but this really comes down to game differential a lot too for all these matchups going forward, and depending on how the wins and losses come out, because I think that makes Mississippi or USM, not USM, excuse me, Ole Miss up to 6-6, even record for that. So still potential for other teams to get even record as well, but game differential is a huge thing. With that, I mean, how do they continue to, for Akron Gold, keep the light on in their minds to potentially still have a chance? Because they're 3-7 now, and there's a lot of teams that are like that. Bruton Parker, Shawnee are also 4-7. Fisher College are 5-7. So there's so many teams that are at basically the same spot here, Bass, that it's not over yet for Akron Gold.
It's not technically over yet. I just think that the issue for them more than anything else is that they're looking at a lot of other teams that are on contention for top 6 who they've taken direct losses to.
Yes.
That's not really great when you're looking at head-to-head differential, when you're looking at game differential. I mean, overall game differential right now for Akron, I want to make sure that I'm getting this number right here. They were at -6 coming into that series. I think they are now -8 overall, which puts them behind Bruton Parker's differential, puts them behind Kennesaw State's differential, behind Durham's differential, which again, Kennesaw State and Durham have played like a total of 4 games. So like, that's not really that, like, it's not going to make a huge difference, but Akron has a chance. The big thing for them is they basically need to win out. And that's kind of the truth here for all of these teams. Whichever team that is on the fringe of 6th wins out for this week, they're taking that spot.
I mean, another thing
true.
that I think you need to look at too is that Akron Gold's like strength of schedule is also incredibly rough, even compared to like the main team in University of Akron. Like, they still have a lot of very, very strong teams that are also putting themselves forward as contenders for that 6th spot on their schedule. And honestly, I mean, listen, I mean, I just, to me, I want to see more, and we know that they have the capability, but we're also seeing USM come into form. We're seeing ISU starting to take some wins as well. Like, it's I mean, a couple, right? I'm not saying a lot, but we're seeing them come to form a little bit, and I think it is going to be a rough journey for them. And I think it's going forward, it's going to continue to be a rough journey. I'm just saying, get those scrims in with University of Akron as many times as you can.
We'll see how it goes. Unfortunately, it looks like too in the background, Shawnee may have to forfeit 2 of their matches depending on how things go, or at least play them out with a laggy controller for Taco Stash. It seems, or not laggy controller, but laggy setup there for internet. So very similar to the Boise situation that's going on in the West, and it's just like, what could have been for some of these teams. But we can ramble as much as we want about that. We do have to take a break and get ready. Speaking of Boise, with Boise facing off against Columbia College, a good old-fashioned Western Conference matchup. Might not be as expected for what we see results-wise, but still, nonetheless, it's going to be hyped. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move. Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay.
We are back and only halfway there throughout the broadcast for tonight. But hey, we're more than halfway through the season. This is the last week of competition and everything coming down to the wire. Just in the background, Oregon State University have been eliminated from making it into the top 6. 2-10 currently is their record, if I believe the loss coming in against LCU. So unfortunate to say the least there. And we also got the Akron Gold 3-2 over Shawnee State in the background. So Shawnee, I think, might be getting closer to elimination there, especially if they do forfeit those matches. Unfortunate to say the least, but good for Akron Gold. Maybe not game differential wise with that, but even then, it's still crazy to see so many more results coming through as we keep talking along. But the matchup we got to focus on here is one of the Great Western showdowns. It is Columbia versus Boise. These are two teams that we have seen be beasts in the West for quite some time. Boise with their undefeated records, Columbia with Cam typically the one trying to contest that, but this is a different roster than if you haven't tuned in. It's Gusky, Samba, and Cryptic versus Durtho, Preston, and Woozy on the side of Boise State with Coach Waiton. And seeing this roster, seeing both these rosters, I mean, you can't help but love this kind of a matchup, Bass.
I mean, this is everything West fans should be looking forward to here. Not only do we have, this is probably the most vulnerable we've ever seen Boise play, because normally you'd come into a matchup like this and go, yeah, it's another dub for Boise automatically because they literally went undefeated last season. But it's the best version of Columbia we've seen so far, the most vulnerable version of Boise. This is anybody's matchup, and I think that's everything we've been looking for out of the West, is this evening out of the top of the pool, and my goodness if we haven't gotten that here with this one.
Truly. And it's nice to see that even with like the internet issues, Boise are still having a positive record, which just goes to show that it's been a nerf, but not enough for them to be out of the conversation for making it into that top 6. And that's a big thing for them, is still having that chance to make it into the top 6. I mean, we do have some more results that did come in. I mean, Mizzou are currently in that top 6 conversation, 8-5 with their record. LCU are still looking a little bit better. They're 7-6 than when we started the broadcast. Colorado still has potential too. They only have a -1 game differential. But after that, GCU, Kansas, and Borregos, I mean, we could say there's a chance, but it's very slim at that. And it's got to hurt because, like, going into this, even the play-ins, where like Borregos is going to be another great team out there, and it feels like they always struggle.
The clip, the voice note. Run it. Oh my gosh. No, I'm in the same boat. I'm so tired of picking teams, because every time I pick a team and I think like, okay, there's like a decent chance for them, they just do completely horrible following the end of that sentence for the rest of the time. So I don't want to talk too much on them. You guys have tried your hardest. I will stay fans for life.
It is what it is what we'll say about that. But talking about this specific matchup, Seb, I mean, Colombia, they don't have Cam, but they felt really confident. Gusky really had been leading a lot of those stat categories for quite some time until some things got corrected in the background a little bit. But even then, I mean, they're still 10-3, still have a plus 15 game differential. Samba's back in top form and didn't even play in a lot of those series because he was on vacation. So even with that, this Colombia roster is a team that cannot be trifled with for the most part.
Yeah, like I will be fully self-admitted in that when Cam left the roster, I was like, this is done. Like Colombia,
Same.
GG's, you had a good run, like it's done so. But they were able to really come up with a nice amalgamation of both the A team and the B team, kind of like how Akron should have done. But they were able to make a really strong team out of it. They were able to really kind of make a team that I think played to the strengths of each other's players. One, they trusted the team in Samba, which I think is fair to say to a lot of people. They thought he was washed, which is fair. But he's proved he's like the furthest thing from it. He's been one of the strongest players on the team. He's been able to pop off and be really clutch, but he's also been able to mentor, I think, a lot of these players who have been coming in and filling that void that Cam left. And I think Gusky has been the perfect product of that, where he's been really the player to handle things as far as Colombia when it comes to just overall offense.
Well, let's get predictions underway. And I feel like we all kind of talked about this before, but it's just going to be Colombia. I mean, it sucks for Boise. The internet issues that we saw before have been such a struggle. And they got 3-0 swept by SDSU. So, production, if you could grant us this, just put Colombia up for everyone here. Because, like, we kind of need to know that if you're having those internet issues for one of your top players in your roster, it is going to be a struggle. So, it's unfortunate to see that. And like checking in on the match thread to see how this matchup's getting set up. It actually looks like Woozy is actually playing at a different setup. So never mind, fix that. I'm going for Boise on this instead because Woozy actually has good internet. No way they can be stopped now.
No, GG's.
Switch it.
Switch it.
GG's.
Switch it.
Yeah.
Switch it.
There we go.
No, switch it.
We just
Boise's
did
back.
the craziest curse of all time. I
Yeah.
hope y'all know
Oh,
that.
they're gonna lose now. No.
15-0, Boise's back. Grand finalists, national championships back. The GOAT West team is back. All right, run it, ship it.
There's no way they lose now.
Enjoy the
they
analyst
gotta
as
take
curse
this.
casters.
They are getting cursed a little bit biased, but different internet connection scenario. Boise went undefeated last time in CRL and made it to the top 2. I mean, that is a team we had been power ranking for some time, and now they have good internet. You can't say that they're going to lose to Columbia. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. We've seen enough. That's all we need to see. I mean, listen. This team, Boise, when they have all of these 3 members locked in place, they are a team that almost makes top 16 in RLCS. I don't know why I'm covering my hand. They almost make top 16 in the RLCS. They are national grand finalists twice, if I remember correctly, in that they made multiple grand finals in several different tournaments. And they are showcased to be one of the highest skill ceiling teams that we only have in taking games off of the prime Northwood roster from that fall that was unbeatable. They are one of the best teams that we had ever seen in the West. It would be disrespectful if we didn't give a full strength Boise their flowers.
Well, we'll have to see exactly what goes down in the actual series itself. Did we curse them? Did we not? Is it going to be a victory for Columbia or Boise? This is a matchup that we talked about, a coin flip earlier today. Now with Woozy's internet back, still has to make some adjustments, of course, but will that be enough for the victory for Boise, or is Columbia just going to be as dominant as we're used to seeing them in the Western Conference? This is a must-win for Boise because they still haven't guaranteed their top 6 spot. -3 in game differential, and they still have a lot to work for. So again, once we get into the matchup itself, Boise, they have a lot to prove in this one. It is do or die for them against Columbia. They need to improve their record and still have a shot for that top 6. Otherwise, they'll be down the dumps and, well, have to retire afterwards. We'll see how it goes once we take the field.
Well, in the words of Bass, the best of the West is here to play. But the question is, who is the best when you are on good internet? That is a whole new story that we get to watch unfold. Columbia versus Boise State on solid internet, about to go down right now.
For those of you that have basically no idea what we're talking about all night, because we basically ran under the assumption that everybody understands, Woozy, probably one of the best players, if not the best player on all of Boise State, has been lagging through every series he has played this summer. Go and check his Twitter. You'll see exactly what we're talking about. Lag spikes and latency variations that put him up to over 300 ping. He has switched setups. He is back in full force, and they might need him because Columbia do not care.
My goodness, off the rip of things, too. Gusking is that player that I knew headed into this one. If Columbia is going to go crazy, it's kind of eyes on him moment there. I am still not going to count Columbia out. Yes, although I did vote against them, I will sit here and say this is going to stress Bass out a lot, but my gut still went Columbia, even after finding out about the internet fix. So this is going along those lines, I'm not going to lie.
So far, so good, but I will say, Woozy does not make that save on bad internet. He very clearly is playing a little bit better. As Taco has named him, Young Woozer is back in the scene, and he's ready to play. They're still going to need some defense out of him, though. So far, through the first 30 seconds, it's been all Boise on defense. They've been able to break out past midfield, but that's about as far as they've gotten.
And it's not a bad thing, though, to be fair, because a decent amount of shots have already come through from Columbia. They've gotten 4 in 45 seconds, right? And 1 already made its way through. So the fact that Boise State, yes, although they were playing a heavy amount of defense, the fact that they were still able to hold their own and keep it at 1-0 is not bad. The bigger question that everybody is waiting to see answered is, what do you look like on offense when you finally get there? That's the difference maker.
We're going to get a chance here. Durtho, flip reset, and another one that he uses to side flip into the oncoming defender. Doesn't exactly bump them out of the way, and it doesn't really look like it's made much of a difference at all as Columbia march down pitch. Samba, shot on target. Durtho there in time. We've talked a lot about chaos today. These are two teams that I think are going to thrive in the chaos. For those that have not seen this Boise team play before, get ready. It's going to be the fastest paced play you've ever seen, and at times it might look chaotic. At times it might look disorganized. Nah, that's just how they play. They've been practicing this very offensive heavy game for a long time. The issue is, though, you still got to play defense, and if Samba keeps dunking you, how much offense can you really play?
To be fair, Columbia are a little bit on the side of the OG quick play people, right? You know that they play a really good, clean game when they're in that flowy state a little bit, and that flow state comes in tandem with playing a very, very fast offensive game, and that's what's working out well for them to get around Boise. Boise's just trying their best to keep up right now. It's been a slower game as far as finding some quality opportunities. I mean, you saw Durtho already cheat up on that one. They try to keep 2 going forward. The problem is these plays get cut off after like 1 or 2 touches, and then it's these big clears coming through and a very fast followed up counter from Columbia, which is just keeping Boise at bay.
And then they just put it into sustained pressure as well. Midfield presence right now significantly better for Columbia. So all the factors that we've just mentioned combined are making it to where right now, Woozy, despite being on better internet, isn't even really getting chances at net. Nobody actually getting a chance at net here for Boise State besides Durtho. He'll get a third one here, the third registered shot for the team as a whole. He's trying to find his first, but he's denied on the backboard. Good 50-50, but here comes more Boise offense. Durtho looking for the reset. He will find it, but he won't use it. Samba to get in the way, but now Boise, as you can see, swinging through the corners. They're stealing boost, and although Columbia can break out here, they've got nothing in the tank to work with.
And it's so weird because Boise State, for as long as they were on offense in that moment, it didn't feel like intensive pressure. It was just very slow floaters towards that net there. Nothing that Columbia was really stressing out about. They're just kind of like, oh, well, when we clear it, it'll happen, and then we get to go crazy. Nobody just panicked too much about it. There's no real threat coming out from Boise right now. It's just like you've said, a very defensive, forced defensive game for Boise at the moment.
And it's super unusual. Like you said, this is usually such an offensive team. They like to live in offense for a majority of their games, and if they do lose, it's due to counterattacks. It's not been counterattacks that have caught them off guard thus far. It's been good 15s out of Columbia or quick passing plays that they just have not been prepared for on defense. Unfortunately, they haven't really had much to respond in this first game. 90 seconds to go, and it's been all Columbia so far. Offense, defense, midfield, all around, they have been the better team, and they're even sneaking in shots like that. No one expecting the challenge out of Cryptic, and he goes, sure, I'll take a freebie.
I'm telling you, it's a patient game coming out of Columbia right now, and it catches Boise off guard. Boise wants to kind of keep their head wrapped around it, but when you are playing defense for that long and you're defending that many, whether it's wide or on-target shots, eventually you're just sitting there like, I feel like my head is spinning in circles just being stuck here right now. And the easiest of things are going to get snuck through. And now just over a minute to go, 3 unanswered goals. That's what Boise State have to respond to. One of their moments to do so is right here, but it's completely denied.
Durtho's still the only offense they've really been able to have at the forefront of it all. He's had, I think, all of the shots so far. Yeah, not a single shot registered to Woozy or Preston here. And it's definitely not for a lack of trying. They've had opportunities. They just can't seem to get anything networked. So very weird first game here out of Boise, because normally we'd be able to be like, yeah, it's the ping. There's no excuse for that right now. This is very clearly just a Boise State who are getting outclassed by Columbia, that this is the best we've seen them play since the departure of Cam. So honestly, Columbia, good on you. You're shutting up the desk. You're shutting up all the analysts here. We thought that maybe it'd be over because new Boise's back. New Columbia is here to stay.
I will be honest, and as this goes in, I didn't mention I had a gut feeling before Columbia was going to take this. I still stick on my pred, but Columbia, and you guys said it on the desk as well, this is the cleanest they've looked in a minute. They've been fairly consistent. I mean, they are 10-3 in league play, looking to go 11-3. They're number 3. This is a top team. They've had, themselves figured out for a while now. Boise State more so is now that, yes, you've been able to, get your internet fixed and your ping fixed, you are playing catch up versus a team that has had their game plan sorted for a few weeks already. So now you got to take it one game at a time. 0 goals on the board for Boise State, and Columbia take game 1.
This has been a eye-opening game 1 here. Not only for the fact that they are able to take the shutout here in a 4-0 victory, but they also do it limiting the shots out of Boise. Those 3 shots that we said Durtho got were the only shots Boise gets all game long. Like I said, I mean, this is a Boise we're used to being the most offensive-heavy team in the entirety of the West. The fact that they didn't even get to play offense here and allowed 14 shots against them, something's got to change. Either Doc or Waiton's got to get in their ear and start to coach, because this can't happen. If they have another game like this is a sweep for Columbia.
Oh, for sure. I will say, I got to, put my hands together for Columbia. It was a very patient game. They weren't trying to force anything to happen. They just let it be, and the difference was Boise State got put into a position where they have to force themselves out of heavy defense, and when you're boxed in trying to find a transition out, when you finally get it, if you are not ready to click and go off of that one, Columbia, it takes one touch and they keep that ball so close to themselves that it becomes nearly impossible to take it away until they take a couple shots at that net.
I will say, I mean, you're talking about this, keeping the ball close. Something we haven't really seen out of Boise, which is usually part of their bread and butter, is mechanical plays in the air, off the ceiling, in intricate ways. I don't know if I can say they did that at all. I don't think they flexed their mechanics once in that game. So here in the second, if the team plays aren't working out, if the offensive pressure is not being exerted, it might be time for solo plays to be the new way to get through here. So far, play some defense, because I can't believe this. Columbia immediately out the gates with offense.
I didn't expect anything less.
Oh, wait, huh?
This I did not expect, though.
What happens here? Because I know that the demo happens against Woozy.
I
think it's just a bad prioritization out of Gusky there. He's thinking that he needs to get the demo. Bro, you should have been focusing on the net.
Yeah, that was just off decision making. Very, very rare mistake for Columbia in comparison to their game number 1. Great thing though for Boise. You gotta keep any opportunity on target and accurate, because you're gonna get very far and few in between if you can't create those opportunities for yourself.
First shot from Preston the entire series, and it's the first one to go in. He's currently shooting 100%, so that's a stat I don't suspect is going to hold up for the rest of the series, but we'll say Boise already looking infinitely better in this game. Still got a lot to contend with, though, because Preston's diving at that one on 0 boost, and same with Durtho, meaning a quick retreat back. Nobody challenging at midfield. Eventually, Durtho, great interception out at mid. And yet another, just one touch, baits in the challenge out of Cryptic, and Woozy there to back him up. A lot more patient game here out of Boise, so maybe they're starting to recognize that, oh my goodness, I don't know how that's not a goal. Maybe they're starting to recognize that if Columbia is going to play a little bit slower paced of a game, they might need to adapt as well.
And they definitely are doing a better job of adapting. The problem is Columbia knows when to turn up the pressure. They saw Boise kind of fumbling their touches a little bit on this one. Obviously, Durtho got caught out very awkwardly, but the fact that Cryptic already was spatially aware enough to push up, make that follow-up, it's just the level of awareness Columbia has right now versus Boise State's. It's too much to compete with.
That's hard to watch there. That should have been a goal for Boise State there, and honestly, they're probably thinking the same thing. But don't overexert yourself now, lads. There's no reason to dive into offense when you have a defense that is finally starting to stand the test of this Columbia offense. Chance here for Durtho to maybe break out, but Gusky a good 50 and the pinch after. Into the hands of Preston, but all he can do is launch it towards midfield. And again, they're not going for aerial plays. They're not trying to keep this ball close when they get off the half. And I honestly think that's a mistake. I know Boise's been low on boost for a lot of these plays, but they cannot afford to just keep giving away possession to Columbia. And Columbia can't afford to keep leaving the net open. Gentlemen, the midfield presence you had before is not nearly as locked tight. You cannot afford for these quick transitions.
Yeah, this is really weird. This is the second time that we've seen a goal get scored off of Boise State, and due to the fact that that third man either just made a weird decision or was way too far off to be making some sort of a save. But good on Boise State for taking advantage. Good on Boise State for even letting that be an option. It's something that they've created now twice. But Jesus.
You can do what you want. When Samba's just bigger and better than you, I don't know what else to say. In the words of Taco in chat, he called it like a game ago, Samba is massive.
That is huge. He did that twice, back-to-back mini dunks to go through. Tied game here for Columbia. 3:08 on the clock. Crazy big clear shot on target. Cryptic barely keeping that one out, but he does. For a little bit of time, there was some pressure coming from Boise. This is one of like the better moments, but for the most part, Columbia still able to hold their own. Not too bad of a defensive game right now.
Uzi, though, good catch out at midfield. He's looking for the flick afterwards because he knows he's got players chasing him, and unfortunately, because of that, Krypton's going to find a body and not allow a follow-up. Durtho can get something here. He does get the touch in the corner, but has to use his entire tank to bump Samba off in midfield. I thought that aerial was a lost cause, and honestly, I bet you Samba did as well. So Columbia not prepared for this and have to restart their midfield yet again, and they double commit because of it. Quick transition now, a chance for Boise. Woozy lays it to a teammate. No one commits. Preston and Durtho would rather play defense there than over-aggress. Something we said that needed to change here in this game, and I think they're finally starting to take notes.
I absolutely agree on that one. It's learning and adapting is kind of the name of this game number 2 for both sides of the field, because Columbia, this is not the same game that they went up against Boise in that first one in the series. So it is a whole new ballpark. It is getting a little bit faster, though, as time is going on. Preston trying to get this one up over to Durtho, gets beat out, and it falls back to Cryptic. Woozy, just enough space and time to touch it, but I saw that it was 2 on that ball, and that's just a little bit of a communication issue. I don't know who that second one back was. Preston,
that's
if
a hard
Preston
one.
had just kept going, I think he actually might have been able to put his car in a position to make the save. It's just hesitation kept him off it.
It's also probably the worst catch possible out of Woozy.
Yeah.
If he had caught it and then just stopped his car in front of the ball, he's there for the 50, but he tries to wave dash afterwards, which then makes it to where he just kind of flips away from the ball. So, unfortunately for Woozy, mechanics might be a little bit affected due to not having the internet to be able to perform mechanics lately. So, it's taking him a second to adjust, but it doesn't mean that Boise is out of this one quite yet. 90 seconds to go. They're only down by a goal. A much better game 2 than game 1, and an offense brewing. Didn't do anything with it. Cryptic, a good 50, but now all of Columbia on low boost, just trying to escape.
Yeah, Durtho really was the only one that was able to keep him out of it. The fact that he was successful is a great sign. He gets bumped off that play, though. Uzi up next, and again, continuously this ball falls to the hands of Columbia because Boise State just isn't keeping it as close as they could. And it's not even that they wouldn't want to, they just don't have the boost to keep it as close as they'd like. They're kind of forced to do these bigger clears to try and inch towards that net right now, but Columbia spots that out. They intercept this ball more times than not, and for now, this last minute or so, they just continue to hold on to that 1-goal lead.
Better midfield presence here out of Boise, though, is giving them extended plays on offense. If not necessarily short-lived, it's at least putting on enough pressure where Columbia look vulnerable at moments. They need to take advantage of one of these vulnerable moments, though. They've only got 40 seconds to go. Pass out center. Samba's going to be there to make the save against Dirt, though, but even more unrelenting offense. Woozy into the corner. Not a great touch, but it does force all of Columbia to retreat and boom it out to midfield again. Low boost here. Gusky the only one that can make a challenge, and he will. And Preston sent back to his half yet again. 15 to go. Otherwise, Boise are going to need a reverse sweep in this series, and they're going to hunt as hard as they can.
And that's a really, really tough challenge just because the progress as each game has gone on has been unfortunately so minimal, but this is a better sign of life. There was the double, there was the follow. Nothing goes in. Last-stitch efforts completely denied. Columbia College inevitably go to match point.
That is such a rough one for Woozy there. He's finally starting to get his offense go. He's finally starting to get into shots, and he gets the perfect drop-down pass, which no one can get to. Columbia still taking the win here, but definitely not only narrower margins, Herc, but it actually feels like Boise could have taken that one as well.
Yeah, there definitely was a chance in a world where Boise could have taken it. And towards that second half of the game, their shots were so much more quality, and that's a great sign because, yes, although people are going to be like, oh, reversing Columbia College, it's not possible, they look too good. No. Those shots that were coming out at the end, they were planned, and it was working, and Columbia was a little, honestly, probably caught off guard with how solid of a defense they had to put together at the end there. They did end up pulling out with a win with a 1-goal lead, but the fact that Boise was able to respond to 2 versus the initial game 1 that was a complete 4-0, that's a great sign.
There's a lot left in this series here. People think we're going to go into game 3, and it's just Columbia, far and away. They're going to take this one, and they're going to keep going. I got news for you. We still got a series ahead of us here, and an important one at that. I do want to mention, we didn't talk about this a ton going into this matchup here. This is kind of a must-win for Columbia. They're most likely making playoffs. I think they're confirmed at this point to make playoffs guaranteed. Yes. But if they want that second spot, this win goes a very long way. OC Esports, the team currently in second, has already beaten Boise. If they don't beat Boise as well, all of a sudden that second spot isn't nearly as obtainable. So Columbia taking a 3-0 victory over Boise here would go a long way at securing yourselves upper bracket for playoffs.
Well, match point. That's the best place to be in right now if you're Columbia and you are desperately looking for that win. However, desperate isn't quite the word I would use to describe them throughout this entire series. They've been pretty calm and collected. It's more Boise State trying to catch up and get back into the swing of things here. First 30 seconds in, though, this is a decent amount of pressure that I've seen from Boise.
I almost thought that was going to be an open goal, though. Samba had the entire length of the field, and that's why you see Boise rush to get a back pass just to interfere. Boise's starting to up their speed here, and again, it's something that we kind of had conflicting issues with so far. They've had issues where it's been, hey, you're a little bit too behind the ball, and Columbia's beating you to it, but we've also seen them get too aggressive, and then Columbia punishes. So they got to find the equilibrium at this point, and I think they are getting closer and closer to it. The issue is that they've taken them 2 games to find said equilibrium. Yeah. Good thing is, though, they haven't given up an early goal, and they might even get one of their own. Great save out of Cryptic, though, to keep it all zeros.
I was going to say the same as you, that you're kind of coming into things just a little bit too late here. And then even when they did start to figure things out, it kind of just starts to slip away again, and they're falling back into those old habits that they did before. Although this is a better sign of life. This one from around the corner. Follow-up from Woozy, just way too slow off this one. But the good news is pressure was sustained for just a moment there, but immediately sent back, and that's a great sign for Boise.
I do like how Boise are playing a full field type of offense. This is more standard to what we see out of them. Sometimes they'll play that more midfield presence, but they love to control boost, and you can see that. They're taking all the corners. They'll go back into their half, take the corners as well. That's why Cryptic, you can see him. He's flat-footed. He's hoping he picks up something because he's been on such low boost for so long. He just needs an inch to work with. He will not find it. Preston still not even going to give Samba a chance here. Samba is desperate for that corner, and there's no way he's going to beat him to it.
No, not in that one here. Cryptic, though, keeping this one down mid. Preston's going to try and clear it out. Low boost means follow-up is not coming through, and Gusky back to Cryptic. Gusky lurking down in that box there is crazy. I love how far up it is, though. Columbia just trying to force the threats onto Boise State at this point, because this is the longest it has been without either team being able to score. But more importantly, this is one of the first times that Columbia hasn't been on the board earlier, even in that first half.
Yeah, Columbia seemed to get the scoring started early. They're still trying to, even though it's, like you said, past the first half at this point. Boise now a chance of their own. Gusky, where did you come from? All of Boise now thinking the same thing. They're on low boost. They were expecting time, and they won't get it. They'll get a double commit instead. Long ball downfield. Is anybody back? Absolutely. Samba in time, but my goodness, chaos on either end. Both teams with a little bit of a scare there.
That one honestly should have found its way in for Boise. I don't even know how Samba found his way back. That's a crazy redirect. Woozy's follow-up touch, though, just way too high and wide. And then back to Columbia we go. Samba using everything in his tank. Air dribble to the corner, but this one not on in. And a minute 47 on the clock. Columbia just completely flipped the pressure on its head. They take this one back. Even Preston's attempt isn't enough.
They're starting to get boost, though, and that's a big thing for Columbia here. After being starved for the first minute or two, it now feels like they finally have a chance to get some offense of their own. Doesn't mean Boise won't get their chances, though, as well. Preston up high. Nobody's going to challenge him on the backboard, which means a drop-down pass perfectly placed to Woozy.
The amount of time and space that Preston had to be able to make this play is nuts. That is the most they've been given in a while and the best they've looked offensively.
By far for both teams. This is the series we were more expecting. The first two games felt a little bit too unbalanced in favor of Columbia, and it's not as if they didn't earn their wins, but it really felt like we'd seen more of a fight back out of Boise. Offense like that, suffocating pressure, boost starvation, really coordinated plays. And through the less than coordinated plays we saw through the first two, we were starting to get worried that this might not be the series we were hoping for. Boise is proving it absolutely will be their day. They are not done fighting yet.
No, they are not. They're still taking their shots. This one sent out of the box, though. Gusky going to try and follow it up there with Samba on the ground. Low on boost, though. Takes his challenge, wins it. Cryptic's follow-up sent off. And Gusky and the rest of the team sent back into their own half. We got 45 to try and respond here. Breaking out. That's a great bounce up off the ground. But again, low boost for Columbia, and that's uncharted territory for them in this series.
Oh, and that's uncharted saves for them as well. I don't know how Gusky gets back to that one, but this feels like the best version of Boise we have seen. This feels like not the worst version of Columbia we've seen, but the first time they've really been pressed in this series to play to the level of their opponents. Before this, it was easy street. They were cruising past their opponents, and when they did get their chances, they were not missing. They're not getting chances this game. It's a big difference. We talked about it. Shot totals being in their favor through the last couple, with Boise getting a limited amount. Boise still do have a limited amount. 5 total in this game, but it's not as if Columbia hasn't had chances of their own. That's their 8th registered. They need at least one more, though. Pass out, double commit out of Columbia, and I think that'll do it. Gusky going to try to keep this alive, but no one else on the team has any boost to work with, and Dirtho knows that. How did that not hit the ground? I'm sorry, did that not hit the ground? This one should. Gusky keeps it up. Columbia, let me finish my sentence. They finally will. Boise takes the win.
My goodness, those last few moments, no, but there was no way that was finding its way through. It was just felt a little too last-ditch effort from both of those teams there, but huge congratulations to Boise State for getting back in that one. I will say, though, that to me, and this is in my humble opinion, not the cleanest Boise could have been. I know that they're more than capable of being a lot more cohesive, especially making those transitions out of mid onto the attack, but this does fall onto Columbia for not being able to keep up. There were so many times where they felt not disconnected, but just I don't even know how you describe it. It just wasn't as clean as that first and second game. And even in the second game in comparison to the first, it feels like as time is going on, Boise's micro-adjusting is starting to slowly throw Columbia off.
And again, that's what you get for having two of the most history coaches in the entirety of collegiate at this point. One of which is going to be more obvious to our audience at home. If you know who Wayton is, if you're anything around the Rocket League scene, you probably do. Famous on YouTube, famous in the collegiate scene. He's done a lot with this team to revitalize them. On the other side, you have one of the godfathers of collegiate anything for esports in Doc Haskell. So it's very clear this Boise team has been trained to have a good mental themselves in series like this. It's why we said going to game 3, it might have been too straight for Columbia, but you should never count Boise out. One of the most resilient teams in collegiate, and now that they're back at full force with Woozy on good internet, get ready. We got a series ahead of us.
Next game about to go down. Match point taken away, but Columbia still stands on it. It's Boise State to reverse sweep to try and get their win here, and it's a much needed win, not only just necessary for the record, but honestly just confidence headed into the rest of your matches for league play. It is last week, so complete last chances lie here.
Like we said, it's two very different circumstances. It's Columbia trying to avoid the lower bracket of playoffs because they're already confirmed for playoffs, but we just don't know where. And it's the other side of this one where Boise, they're not confirmed for playoffs. They're not likely to make playoffs. A win here would go a long way at their chances of clawing back into that top 6 contention. So to say that the stakes are high, I don't know if they can get any higher. At this point, all we need to see, though, is Columbia get back into the form of before. If they can do that, there's a chance they close out this series. But right now, another game where it looks like we're going to go through the first minute without them scoring immediately. It's a big difference from the first couple of games here.
It definitely is, and a lot of it, again, is due in fact to Boise State micro-adjusting, adapting to how quickly Columbia had been playing against them, and defensively they look so much more prepared for these shots that have been coming their way. The biggest difference maker is that transition out. It's so 50-50 on if it's going to go their way or not.
I mean, that's kind of what it feels like at moments here. My goodness, that one was a little bit precarious. This feels like a coin flip, and again, that's why I kind of wish, Seb, you forgot the coin flip. I wish you had done the coin flip here. Maybe, Seb, you want to do me a favor? We got to pause here. You want to flip a coin behind the scenes? I know that we're like halfway through the series, but might as well get us, a fifth prediction or.
I don't have a coin. I could flip like some white out and see what happens.
Is there a way it can land on like its back? How does
I
that
could
work?
flip it like this and catch it.
Oh, is that the heads? And that's
who wants to be heads? Who would be heads in this case?
I mean, they're technically ahead, so I feel like it's got to be Columbia.
Okay.
Like that.
So Columbia for heads, Boise for tails. Let's see. This might be really bad. I might need like 2 attempts. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see.
I mean, you have as many as you need.
Oh.
Heads.
Columbia.
The bottle picks Columbia. I want to say the coin. I don't know if I'm going to call that a coin. I'm going to call that the 50-50. Whiteout picks Columbia. I'll take that. Honestly, that's a good one here. Columbia, you got another supporter because that might be the only person who's picked you on the desk thus far. Again, we all took Boise, and honestly, I'm okay if we're wrong. Again, Columbia, this is a team that I've wanted to see play well. I've wanted to have them prove themselves to be not just a good team in the West, but a top contending team. I will say this, by the way. I am realizing, remember how we talked a lot about how Ole Miss is probably going to make that 6th spot now? Mm-hmm. If Columbia doesn't win this and gets forced into 3rd, we have Columbia Ole Miss first round. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna shy away from that, considering both those teams have been ranked around top 10 for power rankings. I'm cool with that.
Well, for the storylines, that would be really fun. Columbia College, however, wanting to end it right here, right now, if possible, and off the kickoff, trying to keep pressure going the same way it has been in games past here. Samba's touch from the corner. Preston, though, is going to take it away, and you already see Durtho with his cheat up. However, this one goes onto the other side of the field. Immediately, Boise State racing on back. Oh my gosh, that was a dangerous 50 that went on target.
Again, Lucy starting to step up on defense here, though, and Durtho starting to step up on offense. Please tell me that goes in. Dude just breezy last second from a reset in front of net. That is, if there's ever a pass that deserves a goal, that's the one.
I am so sad for him that didn't go into. Unfortunate, but 2 minutes into this game, 1 pause as well, and nobody has been able to find their way on in. We've seen a couple of crazy shots come out on this one. Maybe another one here from Durtho. Ceiling, drop down pass, maybe to himself. No, it's a clear back out mid from Columbia. And immediately ping-ponged back. It's really the name of the game right now is whoever gets a grip on that midfield, I think is going to control the second half of this game a lot easier than they need to try for.
I mean, that's the goal for Columbia right now. Again, like we said, this is a Boise who love to play with this very offensive style, and they're fine to have it go end-to-end. That's actually probably to their advantage, as they are a team that's so quick with their transitions that they can afford to take it back into their own half. But if Columbia do want to close this one out here and now, like you said, they need to start getting a grip on midfield and just not allowing these free aerials downfield. So many of these heavy touches are just going 1-2 connections between Boise. Another good example, Lucy will get back to, or excuse me, Samba will get back to that one, but it's too late. Boise generating another offense.
This is just insane to me because as time is going on, Boise's pressure is getting a lot more consistent, and this is very, very reminiscent of that game number, I think it was, yeah, game 3. Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't know if that's reminiscent of anything. Cryptic, the pre-flip out the corner. This is so perfect.
I don't even know what you do in that point if you're Boise. You're just like, wow, that happened.
I got no other words. We keep casting. 2 minutes ago at this point, and honestly, Boise, you're going to need a big response. Preston looking for one here. It's off the bar, and there will be none.
That's so unfortunate. You just got to wipe your hands of it and keep on going. Preston, attempt number 2. This one falls to the other side of the field there, and a demo sends this ball rolling up the sidewall here. Cryptic gets beat out by Woozy once again. Dirtho shot on target, but Gusky back just in time. And Columbia fighting for their lives right now. Pressure not gonna stop, not gonna fall. Even Woozy's follow-up doesn't go in. And 1:13 on the clock. Columbia get to breathe.
They still need a lot more of a response here, though. It doesn't feel like Boise have shown us the final of their offense, and neither has Columbia.
You talk about wanting a response off this one. This is that game 1 and 2 Columbia we saw before. That is just great awareness again from Gusky to sit down and catch that from the top. 2-0 Columbia with just over a minute to go puts Boise in fighting for your lives situation. And Dirtho gonna try and do this shot back to Columbia, not as successfully though. And Boise State, you got to find some sort of a trick or a play in these last few moments.
They need some mechanics as well. I mean, we talked about it. The closest they've been this game is Dirtho putting on some of the best mechanics we've seen all series. That's the usual for this Boise team. They just have not flexed it enough. And while they do technically have the time here, that's another double commit that turns into a collision. And then there's no boost to follow it up. And Boise, my guys, we've been talking about how you need to sustain pressure. You're doing the opposite of that right now. One more march downfield. Woozy is up for this one, but so is Gusky. They can score now. There is a chance, but they need to hustle.
It's hard because it's not even that Boise's playing a bad game. Columbia just ramped up defensive pressure to a point that Boise could not find their way through. In 6 seconds on the clock, it is just literally not enough time to get back into things unless they were to score here. They don't. It falls to 0 seconds. Columbia take this 3-1, and well, they continue to show why they are a top team in the league.
I am almost speechless at this one. Boise finally start playing to the level we know that they can. And I swear to you, I don't know if it was still enough. Columbia leveled up to a different version of themselves. The offense, fluid. The defense, they're in time on every play. How many times were they on basically 0 boost and we straight up expected them to get scored on, and they still didn't? I don't know how you do that. Columbia, at this point, though, you've tied the same record that OC was able to get over Boise State, meaning both of you guys more or less are head-to-head even going into the final week here. I have no idea who's taking that second spot in West.
It's going to be a crazy week seeing everybody play their last few games in this one, but I do want to give another congratulations to Columbia State. They are so consistent right now, and even when they get thrown off of their feet a little bit like we saw Boise State do to them at times, the fact that they were able to just get right back into the swing of things was so beautiful to watch. So huge props to them, huge props to the teams overall, and 2 other people were wrong with us, so we should bring them back in. You guys can be sad with us. Welcome to the pity party.
Yeah, that was unfortunate to say the least. But hey, we cursed them. But I think the big thing was the disconnect, unfortunately, was not the best timing for Boise, and really reset the mental there for a sec. So I gotta get the cat out of here. Scratch the mother.
I want to point out it took like a total of 5 seconds for Cryptic to come into the chat and be like "Rah!" and just give it to us. Listen, it was our fault. Okay, we counter cursed them into winning. We actually wanted Columbia to win. That was the first prediction, but we switched so we actually gave them the win.
But really, I mean, they did the best they could. Woozy looked a lot more confident, and we were kind of talking about this while we were waiting in the green room, is that, even with the internet changing, they've been playing with a laggy Woozy for like 3 weeks up to this point in time. So it's really hard to make that adjustment on the fly, especially against a team like Columbia. Now they are really close in record to Oklahoma Christian University. It's 11-2 to 11-3, so it really determines on how Oklahoma Christian does in their last match. If it will be a tied series record, then it'll go to game differential, then head-to-head, if it somehow is tied that way. But still a great win for Columbia. Helps try and cement themselves as a potential for that top 2 conversation. Oklahoma Christian, they have Kansas and St. Edwards left, so we have to see how those go. Should be a win for Kansas. St. Edwards, we really have no idea how those matches are going to go because we don't know exactly when those results are going to come through. Probably a lot this weekend is my guess. So just keep your eyes on the Champ League show for that as well, and see how it goes. And my Windows just tried to update. That's fun.
Oh no.
A lot of crazy stuff going on in the background. So in the meantime, I mean, why don't we take a quick break and get back into the action for our last series of the day? Colorado versus UT Dallas. UT Dallas trying to play spoiler for Colorado to try and make it in. That's University of Colorado, Boulder, UC Boulder. Still have a chance to get into that top 8. And there's a lot of teams in the Western Conference that still are in that conversation. So don't go anywhere. The conversation will continue after this.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move. Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move.
one final series of the final broadcast for the final week of Summer Series competitions. There's still more matches happening in the background, so definitely recommend checking those out as the week develops. But even then, Colorado, they need this victory against UTD. If they lose here, all bets are off for them trying to make it into the top 8. So really curious to see exactly how things go down there. But in the background as well, we did get some updates on some standings. WVU pretty much guaranteed into the top 6, now 11-1. Ball State, they're basically there as well, all but guaranteed. Davenport still need to see some more results too. 100% guaranteed them as well. But Mississippi, 7-6 currently. Ole Miss, they have a really good shot to secure that spot, but there's still plenty of teams that can tie their record. As long as they don't lose the rest of their matches, makes it that much more difficult for any of the other squads to have that chance. Kennesaw is still in that conversation because they're only 2-5, and then there's still some other squads that, like Durham, are 1-4, have that potential to get there if it is all wins for the rest of the matches for Ole Miss. They have to beat Akron though, which is very important to note. So we'll see how that goes in the background. I think, are you streaming that on Friday?
Yeah. Yes, I want to say yes. I'm gonna try to remember which matches I got to for.
I think you are.
I think
if you aren't, make sure you do, because that's a very important matchup now.
I think I have that one. I think I have that one, and I will say I do believe I have one of the St. Edwards matches as well. I want to say.
Finally.
I want to say it is Boise versus St. I feel like I'm totally wrong on that.
We'll figure it out. But still, so many more matches to still be played after the stream. So definitely make sure you keep up with the action. Champ League show, because we tweet out as much as we can there. Self promotion a little bit, but even there, we do have to talk about this specific final matchup of the night: Colorado Boulder versus the team of UT Dallas that could have been. They looked really solid in a lot of their series. Another series they completely fell apart. 3-10, officially out of the running for the top 6, but they're looking to play spoiler against some of the other squads. At least have a respectable finish as they can at 4-10. This is, I believe, actually their last series of Summer Series, other than Borregos. So they still have one more to go there. We might get that result in the background, but even then, this is an important matchup for UTD pride-wise, but this is an even more important matchup for Colorado, just to prove that they still have it in them, that they'll be 7-7 even record if they get this victory, and that is huge for them, Bass.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, every single one of these wins matters. It's incredibly crucial. Unfortunately for UTD, like we said, it's out of the question. But they can do exactly what we were just talking about Akron Gold being able to do. Do you hate Colorado for some reason? Cool. Spoil their entire summer. Just literally make it as horrible for them as possible. I don't know why you would. These guys seem like good players. They seem like nice guys, and they're just trying to establish themselves. But at the end of the day, UT Dallas, you've got one job left in quite literally one of your final matches of the summer. Ruin it for Colorado.
Oh. That's so aggressive.
I mean, as the Dallas resident here, Herc, how do you take that?
I stare down at that 3-10 record and my heart hurts. I don't know. I mean, like Bass said, if there is a chance to win, you low key could do it now, and you're just messing with people's feelings at point. That's some good motivation. We've seen some people pull some crazy upsets off of vengeance alone for the memes. So I don't know. Dalton's ping is like going red and I'm panicking.
Oh no, not UC Dalton. That's the hero to save the day for them, so we'll kind of see how it goes with that. But let's get predictions. We'll go the reverse way this time to change it up. So we'll start with U7 and end with Bass.
So I have really died on this hill, and that I believe Colorado is a good team, and I will continue to die on this hill. That being said, I know that UTD, like, teams when they have nothing to lose, are the most dangerous teams. We've seen it in RLCS where, like, we know that a team is going to be splitting up, and then they suddenly become the best team in the world for no reason at all, or they're playing with
Voice
sub.
Esports final regional.
Yes, and they just will consistently get it done. And so it wouldn't shock me if UTD did it. That being said, it would be very, very upsetting to me, being a Colorado fan and supporting them, if they got absolutely rocked out of playoffs because of the last place team, but I'm still going Colorado.
Okay, that's valid. What about you, Herc? You
Honestly,
sticking with your guns, or you going with Colorado? How you feeling?
Bro, same sentiments all the way around, but for the first time, I will go against a Texas team, and I will accept what has been going on, which means UTD is probably going to win because I just did that. But I have Colorado taking this just because of the on-paper world.
That's valid.
I hate going against Herc's gut. It's never wrong. It's always a mistake when you do it.
Are you doing it?
No, I'm not going to. And the main reason I'm going to still pick Colorado on this one is like, look, Colorado, I do like you. And as much as I disagree with Seb about where you might place nationally at this point, I still think you're a good team. You're a team I would like to see make playoffs. It would be awesome to see you in your inaugural summer after making roster changes to finally get it together. Also, I just want good West teams to actually be good. Colorado, you've got one last chance to prove to me you are top 10 caliber. This is the one.
I really hope, for their sake, that they're able to get a confident victory, a 3-0 victory. They need that for game differential going forward, especially as things even up towards the end of the top 6 conversation. A lot of teams still have a pretty decent positive record. I mean, the worst at it, which right now is LCU, which is a +3. So Colorado, they're -1 in game differential, so they still have a chance to turn that around. Really depends on how the rest of the field performs, though. SDSU 9-5, Oregon 9-6, Mizzou 8-5, and Colorado 6-7. So they need this win to stay in the conversation and win both their 2 last games, including this one, to at least have a shot to get into the top 6. This is their time to shine, and I think Colorado are going to take it, but I don't know how many games it's going to be, and they need a sweep. But UTD, they're always sneaky with taking at least 1, sometimes to a game 5 against teams you wouldn't expect. So I expect at least a showcase of skill from them to get one on the board. 3-1 is how I'm going to call this, and hopefully for UTD's sake, they can maybe pull off that upset and get the victory here and at least have one more for the road. They've been able to get a couple. We kind of expected after we saw the results recently that they were only going to have the 1, but they picked up a couple more wins. 3-10 currently, looking to be 4, maybe even 5-10. Their last 2 series of Summer Series. So speaking of that, this is our last series of the night of the regular season of League Play on the CCA channel. So make sure you root loud and clear for your favorite teams. Colorado versus UT Dallas. Only one will rise.
Yes, it is the last game of the regular league play for the CCA Summer Series before we head into the main bracket, Herc. And I can't think, well, I could think of a bunch of different ways to end this off, but where are the stakes, especially when they are this high for Colorado?
Oh, man. I mean, they're through the moon right now. It's Colorado. Honestly has an immense amount of pressure on their backs to win this series. It doesn't matter if you're going up against the number 4 seed or the 14th seed in this case. You still have to play it like you are going up against an absolute top team, because you said it best, and it is honestly borderline a fact. When a team has nothing to lose, though, they are the most dangerous to have to go up against.
Again, when we see that pop off, though, Yokes wants to pop off on his own. Colorado, we know the skill level of this team, but it's just about cementing and proving all the haters that's wrong. And with it, hopefully taking care of business against a team that they should be able to beat. A team that, well, we have been high on in the past. Unfortunately, just failed to live up to that name in UTD.
It's very early stages too, and the weird thing is how back and forth things have been right now, but I don't know. I'm just waiting to see a quality shot come through. Everything so far has been just kind of throwing this ball towards that net and hoping for the best. UTD, though, I will commend them. Defensively, they've looked pretty solid in the early stages of this game.
And Zora, Dalton trying to come in quick. Dalton along with Luby. That's a great redirect from Colorado to open things up. Leave it to Yokes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's break this one down a little bit, because that initial clear to catch out the redirect, I love the power on it. 1 goal lead on the board. I mean, to be fair, it's pretty much what was expected. The thing that I'm pretty much looking for is how do you build off of this one? They're going to try and do it off the kickoff pass back over to Yokes. Rinse and repeat.
No, I actually don't blame UTD too much. This was a difficult one to read. Zora was trying to play the back post, trying to shadow as much as possible. He almost gets this save, Unfortunately, there was just too much sauce on it for Colorado, so they will take the early 2-0 lead here against UTD. Fortunately for the Texan side, seems like this will be a hard one to start off with.
Great
no.
patience
Oh,
from
no.
Yokes.
Oh, no.
Holy. The patience to just slow it down, dead ball it enough to know where you want to place your flick. I feel for Zora at that point.
Again, it's just he's been on the tail end of these shots twice now where it just really shouldn't have gone through, but unfortunately it just benefits Colorado. What a great catch though from Yokes and being able to pinch it off the ground to just change the direction with enough momentum. Fantastic play from Colorado. Playing to their seed thus far. Yokes playing the passive. Dalton trying to force the 2v1. That's a great attempt. Great patience from Yokes for the defense. Zora looking to wrap this up. Luby just a little too close and can't get enough sauce on the shot.
It's unfortunate too because that first initial pass and play was so good. Placement though is everything. You can't put that straight into their car. You gotta be a little bit more methodical with where you're gonna place these things right now, especially when you're down by 3. Dalton tried to use some pressure to clear it forward. Still trying to keep it going, but even on low boost, not a bad shout for Colorado as far as consistently getting out of their own half.
We'll try again. Luby for the second touch off the wall, and he will. Raid from UTD, and Colorado forces the 2v2 with it to clear. Crazy sends it downfield. Gonna ping pong back and forth. I don't think that Colorado wants to leave any openings, and I think they just want to run down the clock as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. When you're up by 3 at this point and you know you don't have a lot of pressure coming at you, you can just run it down. You can take the wide random shots at this point. That's pretty much what they're doing, is just, it's monkey in the middle with UTD right now against all the players of Colorado. They're catching it out mid time and time again. Another slow, patient attempt. But again, a lot of these shots aren't necessary. All the pressure falling on UTD to try and break out, take a couple shots if possible, but it's just not being handed to them.
Luby to at least disrupt a little bit. Colorado, Dalton's right there, but again, Zora just going for an attempt. A lot of it just comes down to so much of the attempts just being very non-committal. I think that UTD, they're struggling in the midfield. They're kind of giving away possession more than you need to and giving a lot of room over to Colorado, especially in that orange half.
Oh my, I didn't even know how that got over that last one there, but great clear. The follow-up from UTD, not too bad either. They do have the boost to be able to keep it going. Unfortunately, the ball just got away from them, but they try again. Pass back.
Oh, wait a minute.
Fourth. This one intercepted. No connection there from Zora. Means it's just another straight clear off.
Dalton?
But here's an attempt off Dalton. That's just
Very close. Yeah, it was. You can see what they're going for at the moment. You can see they're trying to go for a bit more infield passes. They're trying to operate it a bit quicker and match Colorado's pace, but might be too little too late as the last minute approaches of this game.
And I will say, you know, you can try and match pace all you want, but you can't force a play style that's going to work against defense. And right now, that passing play isn't going to work too well. Unfortunately for them, Colorado play a great interceptive game. This particular moment, not as well, though. Finally, one of those big clears finds its way on through, and Dalton, right place, right time, smack in the middle to get UTD on the board.
I mean, I don't want to dunk on UTD's success, but I mean, is that really how you want to kickstart your attempt at this game? I mean, it really just was off a mistake, but I mean, not too much of it was just purely based off of UTD's production, though this might be, though. If UTD can get this pass downwards, I like the idea. Zora looking to keep it in play, looking for the second touch off the side wall, will be read by Thumper. Dalton keeping it in play, shot on, but it will be saved by Breeze.
30 seconds left to go in this game number 1. Pretty much the entirety has just been completely dominated by Colorado, which is not unexpected in the slightest here. It's more just waiting to see how UTD responds. One of the better moments of them trying to break out, but again, continuously getting stopped in that midfield has been just a detriment to UTD's offensive attacks. And oh my gosh, 5 seconds left on the clock. Big clear, back up field, it's wide. No attempts left to be made. Means Colorado is taking game number 1.
Yeah, and quite decisively so. Colorado doing a great job at just managing what UTD was throwing at them. Yeah, they let one through off of a whiff in defense, but it was still enough to be able to take this one. Again, look at Yoke. 6 shots to his name, 3 goals. Absolutely the MVP here, and I think he is someone that of course, we've seen throughout the course of the season, someone to look up to, someone that's admired by a lot of the Western players as well. Yokes the GOAT, if you will. With it, I think Colorado proving themselves quite nicely thus far. UTD, I mean, listen, this is going to be one of your last games to play in the Western Conference. Give us a good impression, please.
They definitely were trying. It's not that they weren't. You saw a couple like glimmers of hope from them in those passing plays that were starting to come through in the middle of that game there. The problem is that Colorado is just so adaptive right now. Whenever UTD, you think that they found some sort of a plan to get around Colorado. Colorado sees it one time and is like, oh, okay, start anticipating, the high passing plays. Oh, anticipate the attempts of solo plays from Dalton and just bump him off the play. They're just too quick to adapt right now for UTD's game plan and style a little bit. But like you said, when you have no pressure on yourselves, which realistically UTD doesn't have, you can be a little bit crazier with those attempts. So UTD going to try and get back into the series here. Colorado already leading the series by 1, and game number 2 is officially underway.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, I mean, Dalton, his lag is peaking just every so slightly. Hopefully it can be mitigated by the time we get into this game. Thumper going to take possession, and I do agree with you. It's just a lot of it is just a pure speed thing. I mean, look at Yokes pre-jumping by about a year in the midfield from the ceiling to prevent any sort of transition here for UTD.
It's just they're just so good right now. And I mean, this is a very, again, favored matchup for Colorado. I mean, you look at their series scorelines, yes, although they're not positive in the year, but again, this is number 9 versus 14 right now. Like, you are very aware, if you're a Colorado, that this is your game to just even attempt to sweep. So they're trying their darnest, but UTD just trying to stop the bleeding a little bit of the season here. Luby taking a nice, clean, lasered shot past to last 2 defenders, and UTD are going to be first on the mark.
Yeah, this is a great conversion from Luby, one that UTD needed, especially, again, just punishing the touches from Colorado, because it's not the first time that they've made these kind of awkward defensive touches. They're able to capitalize on that. This could be a good game for them.
Just waiting to see, though, can you hold on to it? I know kickoffs have been a little bit of a problem there for a couple teams today. Hopefully not the same for Colorado. And this one around the corner. Brazy tried to find his teammate, but Luby just crazy intercept. It's a shot on target, posting in, and like you said, you wanted to see if UTD could keep it going. They have.
I mean, again, when I'm looking at Brazy here and I'm looking at the infield pass, I'm like, where are you going to, man? Like, your first man's already rotating back. You don't have really anyone in line for the pass. Yokes is way too far behind you. I think it was just a misjudge, and unfortunately, they will have to pay for it. So it will be a 2-0 for UTD, showing some signs of life as the Rule 1 will be broken in the corner.
Whoever broke it, you're losing. So I don't make the rules. Sorry. Might have to get a replay on that. Okay, well.
I'm pretty sure it was Colorado that broke it, so.
I still believe in it.
But Thumper, great shot. Dalton, actually, that was a save. I think he just flipped the wrong way. Regardless, UTD still leading by 1, so they were able to get themselves an insurance goal, but you don't want to give a space to Colorado to operate in, as they will take it all the way to the bank. Brazy can't get the defensive touch. Dalton keep it in play. Yokes, it's going to be dangerous if Zora can get around and gets the angle. It's going to be a touch off the back wall, but no one will be there.
I would have hoped that Luby had followed it up a little bit quicker too. Instead, just opted to lurk a little bit further back off this one. And this is what I thought was going to happen, is that as soon as that ball is out of the grasp of UTD, Colorado is just going to take advantage of it. The difference compared to that first game there is Colorado has not been able to turn a lot of these touches into plays. They're just very long clears out into the hands of UTD or out into no man's land, and that's just not going to get you back into a tied game.
I mean, it'll help you to at least keep things constant, right? Like, you're able to at least, if you can get some control, and then eventually just you take like the hits when they come to you. I think UTD, they're trying to play very reactive based off of what Colorado are doing, but the problem is that that doesn't leave too much for your own production. You want to create opportunities for yourself, for your own conversions. You've got half a game remaining. UTD, they're just barely holding on to their lead.
And barely holding on is a lot, and due to the fact that Colorado isn't playing as fast as they were in that game number 1. The second they start to re-ramp up that pace, it's going to be so much more difficult to stay into this one. And I talk about speed and I talk about pace. Yoke's an absolute menace. I think if this is what I thought, yeah, it takes the challenge and then it just pinches off Dalton, and it is just too far out to catch.
Well, for Colorado, you definitely take those, because not only will a win here absolutely help them in the best way possible, but again, we're talking about game differential. This is like the end of the season. This is where so much matters, especially if Yokes is on the board like this, but will just barely be saved, but Colorado not wanting to stop.
Still a tied game right now, though. 2 minutes left on the clock here, and this one could go in favor of UTD, but low boost all the way around. A little bit of a touch here. Pass over to
This is so
Luby.
weird. Why?
Shot. I don't know. I saw both players go up from Colorado, too, and I started questioning it. It was Yeah, those last 2 players going up just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yokes, what the heck was that?
Yokes, I think, was going backwards. I'm not sure if he was going for the squishy save, but regardless, that was complete collapse from Colorado that they just, they're going to have to shake off and realize, yeah, okay, that just wasn't us. That was a bit of a flub. Pass down to Thumper. Way too wide for him, though.
140. UTD still holding on to their 1-goal lead. It's been taken away once before. They took it back. Trying to re-extend here. That one off the crossbar and out. Transition opportunity for Thumper. Takes his one down to the ground. Just not enough speed there to find its way on in. So great save there to Dalton. That one player everybody's been kind of a little nervous about. A couple ping issues. So yeah, 1:15 left to go. I'm pleasantly surprised by UTD.
Yep, they're able to hold things pretty nicely right now, despite Colorado going for some decent shots at the moment. Luby trying to pre-jump this, and that is going to be a dangerous, dangerous transition if Dalton can make this work. The man with the ping, but he still can't make it through.
Unfortunate. It was a good solo play, though. One of the better attempts that we've seen come out of UTD. 50 left to go. Pressure still on the side of Colorado here. And Brazy gonna clear this one out. Over to one.
Nice.
Yokes over to Thumper. This shot doesn't go on in. That was one of the better plays we've seen in a minute from Colorado.
Colorado really worked in the team play there, and they really had to, especially with the time winding down. They're going to have to turn on the Jets just a little bit here if they want a chance at this game. Yoke's going to be able to make the defensive touch. Thumper redirects over to Brazy. Dalton, decent 50, but it'll go straight to Luby's hands.
Not too bad here in the mid, though. No stop from Colorado. That's dangerous, which means this clear is probably going to fall back into the hands of UTD. 10 seconds left on the clock. One attempt, pass over to Thumper. He goes low. Shot denied by Luby. Yoke still trying to keep it in play, but UTD takes control at the last few moments. If you can keep this up, you got one more attempt. Enough boost in the tank. Yoke's just fast enough, but somebody's got to catch it here. This one in the backboard. Dalton gonna try and kill it, and he does. UTD, the one team with the least amount of pressure, takes one game off the series.
I think they needed that too, not just for the series, but for the mental. It was like absolutely so close, really at a razor's edge to make sure that UTD could walk away with that one. Luby with 901 points to his name with it. 5 shots, 4 saves, and 3 goals to it. That is an incredible score line for him, and he's going to have to keep that up. I mean, UTD can't rely on just Luby, even though he has many times in the past. They can't rely on him to just be the carry for that team. His back is going to hurt, and it's going to wear out.
And not only that, but Colorado is a great team. They've had success in the past, which I do not put it past them for them to look at that and say, oh, Luby was that focus. All we got to do is slow him down a little bit, and this becomes a wide open field for us. Also, the fact that 3 of those 4 shots were assisted from his teammates just lets Colorado know that if you put a little bit more emphasis on getting those interceptive touches to those passing plays, it's so much easier to cut off UTD.
And I think a lot of it, it's interesting seeing from the Colorado perspective, because I think a lot of it is coming down to they are playing team plays very well, especially in transition. But UTD, I mean, like, they're holding their own. They're being patient. They're throwing up a wall. They're not getting rattled, as we have a very strange car change here from Dalton. So strange, I don't even remember what it's called, but it is going to be game 3 here between UTD and Colorado to see who will take the lead in this series.
I'm in the same boat as you though on all the Dalton cars. It's just been, again, that's how you know they're having a little bit of fun with it too, right? So
Yeah.
vibes are definitely, they play a huge factor in this, whether teams like to accept it or not. It does make differences in series, but tied series for now. UTD coming
Yokes.
back off this one in a great save to keep Yokes back.
That was a fantastic save, especially in transition too for Colorado. That's what they've been excelling at, but UTD, they're getting the reads. Double commit on the defensive side. Luby tries to beat Colorado to the ball. Dalton, full tank in whatever car that is, and going to go for the flip reset shot, but will be saved.
This one to the ceiling too. Attempted a drop down, but great coverage there. And a clear out from Thumper. Dalton, this one gets over his head. That was a free shot. And that's what I'm talking about. A couple of these times, there's been moments where Colorado's not following each other up as quickly as they have in game number 1. That game number 1, with the speed they had and the flow, that was what set them apart from UTD. And right now, they're just retrying to find that. Yokes off the backboard, crazy double down. And there you have it. First on the board to Colorado.
Colorado needed him to pop off to get the mental going, to get the momentum through, down through 2 defenders. UTD was not saving this one.
No, they were not. That's just a great showing of mechanics all the way around. And Colorado first on the board. We've seen it where 1 goal wins games. Of course, you are going to want to extend on it, and Yokes is not the person you want to have the ball if you're trying to stop that. No boost to the backboard. Still a little bit of a threat there. Great save from Dalton. And pressure still continuing. That's a crazy, that is a menace to throw yourself that far upfield.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Yokes is going to come in. Just kidding. Thumper will as well. The double commit works out in Colorado's favor. Allows for that go-ahead goal. Brilliant way to get this 2-0.
Oh, that is a terrifying thing, that the ball cam can turn just like a half an inch and all 3 players of Colorado are up in your face. They were sitting there like, high risk, high reward is definitely going to pay off because, well, we have all 3 sections of the net covered right now. So 2-0 lead to Colorado. I mean, at this point, you pretty much just need to play defense. It's UTD's job to get back in.
Yokes is indeed yoked. Oh, what a great tag. Yeah, that is just great. As a man who goes to the gym, I know what that means. Hardy har. But so far, Colorado, it's been all in their favor. The mechs, the speed, the team play. UTD been on the back foot this entire game. At the moment, it's just they haven't really offered anything up. This is going to be a pass down, but will be saved by Luby. Thumper not willing to give it up just yet. 50 over his head. Dalton straight down to Zora, and this might be UTD's chance. They are in a 2. Oh, Luby, you need to be there.
Yeah, you got to be able to make connection
You gotta
with
be
that ball.
there.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
this is just going to continue to happen. This is so reminiscent of that game 1. Just Colorado catching out anything that comes their way. That's a crazy pre-jump off the side. While just reading the bounce off of it, too. I love this from Colorado, though. They definitely look way more like themselves, which is a huge feat for UTD to have to compete against.
I mean, I think one main thing we're starting to see from Colorado a bit more is we're seeing a bit more physicality from them. I mean, we saw Brazy go into the net, try and be as aggressive as possible, Yokes as well, and just really disrupt what UTD has to offer. Since they want to just have that really hard counterattack style, bring it to Colorado.
Here comes Yokes around the corner. Nice attempt to set up Brazy there. Thumper is going to stop it in the mid, and this is what I'm talking about. They're just so consistent at slowing down UTD, and even when UTD does get it past that line, they stop their plays in their tracks almost every single time. Zora again from the corner. Luby got a beat out on this one. This is the one time UTD got the beat out on the defense, and they pull out successful. Yeah,
and I thought Yokes and Brazy with these double commits on defense were kind of working out for them, but Thumper was just too far back. I think he actually misflipped too. Fortunate central affairs from Colorado at the moment. It's not over for them, but decent amount of time for UT to work with. Will this be a repeat of game 1 or UTD wanting to show up?
It definitely feels like a repeat, but there's moments where UTD just kind of get into it, and then Colorado's like, whoa, how do we remember how to play defense this quickly? We gotta run back, and that's what's happening a lot. But I will give props to them. Colorado, after that goal, has kept somebody a little bit deeper in that third, anticipating the clears. So again, Colorado doing a great job of adapting to any mistake that they've made, and just playing the patient game.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried for Colorado right now because they are leaving themselves open to these counterattack strikes. I've seen like 2 different 2v1 scenarios at the moment. But the thing is that while, yes, UTD, they're doing a great job of forcing these 2v1 scenarios, but they aren't capitalizing on them. They're not converting on them. The execution just isn't there right now.
It's not the cleanest, although there have been attempts, and I will commend them on that. UTD is actually getting like a couple decent plays in. Unfortunately, this is like the last time they lost, where you can have a play. Unfortunately, that just is not going to get you against them. And Thumper's being Thumper.
Thumper is bullying. We saw Colorado, they're headhunting right now on the defensive end. They're like, no, UTD, get out of my half, please. This is my house.
I like the bumps, though. I mean, as cringy as it is to like annoy people off of it. Yeah, I mean, you do what you gotta do. You gotta secure the win somehow.
What is Yokes doing?
He's nasty.
All right, Colorado takes this game with a bit of style as well. Just wanted to throw things to the wind and be like, all right, game's over. Move on to the next one. We're tired, even though we're in Western time. They will go ahead in this series to 2-1 and put themselves on series point.
Not too bad of a showing, I will say, but I do got to give a couple props to UTD. As time is going on, I will say, as crazy as it sounds, Colorado is having to work for some of these wins, whether you guys choose to believe it or not. They are still having to make some crazy saves, but what is it, 12 shots to 4 is insane. The fact that, Colorado is even able to put that many on target, that's just the registered ones. I mean, I just don't see a world where UTD comes back and slows them down.
It's just, the thing is, too, is like you look at the shots that UTD actually were making, they were all just counterattack attempts. Like they were not really consistent, upheld pressure against Colorado. It was just Colorado the entire time. Sustained shot. Challenge in the midfield. We saw Yokes just pre-jumping from the ceiling, trying to get as much midfield control as possible. And frankly, it worked. You had Brazy going in for demos, which slowed them down even more. They just nullified all of UTD's options. It felt like a little kid just like trying to, go somewhere, but like he couldn't do anything. So he's sitting down in the corner just pouting.
Well, UTD, you have one more chance to get yourself out of that corner because nobody puts baby there. But Colorado, other plans, they don't really want to call UTD baby. They just want to win and keep on with their night. There we go, though. Potential last game of the night if Colorado can close out. Otherwise, UTD could be sending us to Champs Field.
All right, it's Brazy putting a shot just high. Luby is there. Yo! Wow! What a great shot from Luby. Patience galore from UTD.
Dalton is the cheese of the collegiate scene right now. Oh my gosh, what are some of these setups? This watermelon wasn't gross, but whatever.
Oh no, this is a classic. This is the Masseter throwback. Oh no. This is, if you know.
Give me the lore. I don't know.
So Masseter was an old player for CRL, and this was like basically his preset. This is a shout out to an old legend of the scene.
Aww. Well, don't end up like them. You want to still be competing, so.
Well, I think he's actually coaching, if I remember correctly. I can't remember which team he's coaching. Someone in production give me the lore. I can't remember what Masseter is coaching right now, but they are still involved with collegiate in some fashion.
All right, well, lore on the side. We'll get these fact checks for now. But right now, at hand, UTD trying to get into this. I will say, I gotta give it to them. They haven't gotten scored on yet, which is a great sign. But you're gonna have to stop Yokes again. He drops this one down, and it's the curse. It comes through.
It does. You can't avoid it. But then again, Yokes has been having such a great series. Look how low he goes for this. Against Luby, literally breaks his ankles.
Oh man, that's just a nasty shot overall. Yokes Yokes is my MVP as far as this series goes.
Oh yeah, also Master. He's actually Ohio State. He's involved in the Ohio State administration. He's a great guy. Played in some of the first editions of Summer Series, so shout outs. Anyway, Thumper looking for Brazy. Luby, no boost. He's gonna be able to put this on. Zora just can't get there in time. UTD, they're operating with literal pebbles.
You're just trying your darndest at this point, but unfortunately for them, just Colorado. You hate to say it, but they're just better right now.
They're just cooking, man. Something about that Colorado area. And you know what? They're going to go outside after this, look at some beautiful Rocky Mountains and be like, satisfying series.
Well, they got 3 minutes and 10 seconds to keep it going. It is enough time for UTD to get back into this one. That crazy patience from Yokes off this one. Broke ankles, Brazy all the way around. Dalton's touch not far enough to stop Colorado's pressure. Although this might be a beat out. It is from Luby. That's a good sign of life.
Yeah, Colorado got to stay on their toes. You don't want to give this counterattack over to UTD. They will punish you for it, and hopefully it'll be a reminder not to get too aggressive, that you're still playing against a competent opponent who will punish you.
You can't, forget about defense against this team a little bit. You can't get too overconfident. Zora's bump quickly allows this to become a tied game, and just like that, UT Dallas are back in this.
Where did this game go? Thumper, he was there, but Zora, that was a fantastic bump off the kickoff. One that UTD desperately needed. Just like that, the dynamics of this game have completely shifted.
Yeah, this right now is Colorado trying to be like, whoa, like how did this just get away from us and how do we get back into things here? Yokes' touch just getting away from him, and UTD getting a lot more aggressive and in the faces of Colorado, which is definitely attributed to the one loss that Colorado had earlier on. Was the one time they lost, UTD was in everybody's face. So they became annoying and they found their way through.
Now we're starting to see UTD speed things up a little bit. They're trying to go for more challenges in the midfield and in the blue half to at least, I mean, this is the most amount of extended pressure we've seen from UTD in at least a game. Luby taking control, looking for Thumper. Thumper barely there with the save, and Luby will have to back off. Dalton back to Luby. Luby flick over one. Brazy is there with the backflip save.
Not too bad. Pressure still going, though, for UTD. Dalton up next. Shot 50'd off into the mid. Thumper's going to follow it on. Low to no boost. And off the ceiling. And a demo is still not enough to get past Dallas right now. Brazy just trying to follow this over one. Yokes to carry. Musty to the backboard. Great read from Luby.
Yokes had the idea. Thumper just couldn't get around Brazy. This is so quick for him now. He's in a 2v1. He needs to get a 50. Yokes will be there, but that is a boost steal from Zora that may hurt Colorado if they don't get a good touch in the 50, which they don't. Luby looks for Dalton, but it will be challenged.
That's a crazy pinch around the corner, too. It's just forcing Colorado to rotate around themselves and just make one save after the other. This is one of the better beatouts. Luby, though, twice has had that backboard and crossbar read like a book. So confident. It's just pressure. It's patience from UTD.
Luby needing to be the hero for UTD once again, and he's been managing thus far. Both goals to his name with 2 saves on the board. If UTD want a chance at this series, it'll have to be on his back. And this is a shot. Yokes can't get there. Luby does it again.
Oh my gosh, the beat out on this Thumper. He turns around and then you know it's down to Yokes, but my gosh. Placement and patience from Luby puts UTD in the driver's seat.
An unfortunate collapse from Colorado thus far. It's been such a good first half. You had me in the first half, but now it's all in UTD's favor unless Colorado has something to say about in the last 30 seconds.
27 to go. Couple last attempts can be made here from Colorado, but nobody committing too hard on a couple of these follow-ups. Here comes Yokes around the corner. Solo. Brazy low on boost. Huge demo. That's a free one for Thumper. And I said, where are the follow-ups? They're back.
Yeah, these defensive touches just pour from UTD, giving that last defender over to Colorado as sacrifice. We know that Colorado will convert. It's a 14 seconds tie game. We may see our first overtime unless Colorado or UTD want to end this early.
10 seconds left on the clock here. Yokes past Luby. And they're just trying their hardest to get out of this half here. Shot opportunity goes away. And Dalton
Crazy.
taking his time. They go up for the bump. That's an important
full boost.
touch. He's got full boost. Like you said, air dribbling this one down to the sidewall here. Luby takes it back. This one is going to hit the ground. Our first OT of the night.
Smart from Brazy to let that drop. Don't let the pressure get to you. Yokes. The best touch. Pass over to Yokes. Shot on. Brazy can't get the demo in time for this overtime. Already starting it out spicy. UTD scrambling to keep Colorado at bay. Another pass, but it won't be received as Brazy keeps in the midfield.
It's still going on though. Demo bumps him off the play. Zora tries to clear this one up mid. I got nervous off that one too, I'll be honest, but at the same time, Colorado's patience in the right moments continues to just pay off.
I was kind of freaking out because I didn't see the third man coming in. Brazy trying to get the read. Thumper controlling again. Can't get the boost, but Zora won't need it. Yokes keeping it. Decent amount of boost if you can get a good 50 off of Zora. Dalton. Last man. Zora just chasing this down. I don't like the ball chasey defense right now as Thumper wanting to take advantage. Pass straight to Luby. Looking for the transition. Again, look how boost starved they are. They have absolutely nothing to work with, especially as Yokes is just demoing everything in between. Pass over to Yokes. Dalton gets the read.
The fact that the most boost that was on a player's car was 20, and that was for a solid 5 or 10 seconds there, is actually insane. That is a big reset over to give some power towards Colorado, towards this net here. Trying to get the beat is Brazy. No follow-up to be found. This one goes back mid.
UTD have to be careful now because I'm seeing right now that just in transition, they're scrambling. Though Luby getting the second touch. Dalton looking for the second as well to get a pass off, but they just have nothing to work with. Thumper leaves it for Yokes. Brady. So many fakes coming through for the Colorado side as UTD scrambling, just trying to get some sort of offense in their favor.
And Colorado just, as time is going on, haven't quite looked like themselves either. And granted, although a couple of the crucial plays have been due in fact to all three players completely pushing up past mid, they don't want to play that game right now. They don't want to risk too much because it takes one big on-target clear to end things here for them. Thumper all the way down. Follow-up from Yokes. That one sent off by Luby, and UTD keep Colorado at bay.
I appreciate what UTD's doing, but at the moment, Thumper, that is a decent save. Yokes, that is a double demo for Thumper, but no, the 50 will come through for UTD, keeping them alive.
I gotta give props to Zora on that one, even on low boost, still playing patient enough to find the save, and big clear out here from Yokes. Zora back out mid, falls into the hands of the wrong people. Brazy over to Yokes. Yokes, no connection, but Brazy taking that big boost could be big here. 1v1, Luby versus Thumper. Thumper comes out successful.
Dalton, Thumper, a little bit too ambitious right now. Brazy, liking the offensive setups, but I think they're starting to be a bit more telegraphed than they'd like to. We're seeing before that we got fakes, we got really nice passing attempts from Colorado. We're just not seeing as much of that right now. And the longer that this goes on, the longer that UTD are giving them opportunities to make a comeback.
3 minutes and 14 seconds into this one. An insane amount of shots from both ends of the field. Nobody been able to stop it. Big demos coming out on the defense. Low boost for Thumper. He's just trying to stop the bleeding at this point. And Colorado barely keeping their heads afloat right now.
But the thing is like, look at that. We saw a double commit in the midfield, just quickly trying to bring things back into the blue half. I mean, you need to be a bit more concerted with your efforts and just try and concentrate on the communication the moment that you have your chance in the offense. Thumper looking for pass down to Brazy. Brazy's going to put one on, but it will be saved down. Yokes in the position. No boost. Can't get the second touch.
These shots and follow-ups are honestly, for Colorado standards, so slow, and that's what's making them savable against UTD right now. Zora, last one back, makes the save out into the corner, but pressure returned by Thumper. Yokes, quick turnaround. Has to stop that one. Oh my gosh, thankfully Brazy, deep third, keeps it, and the follow-up transition is good. This one's in. It's a slow flick over, and Colorado end this 3-1.
Crazy. I didn't think he was going to play this so slow. I thought he would have played for another pass. Luby, I think, did
that's
too.
unfortunate for Luby,
Just had
too.
no idea where to read this from. Colorado managed to take the win and keep their chances at playoffs alive.
My heart goes out to Luby. It's like you said, he thought it was going to be a little bit faster off that one and pushed up a bit too far. And Patience just outplayed UTD at the end of the day. I will give them props, though. They did take one game off the series and kept that one at a 1-goal game into OT. But Colorado looked pretty good. I will not lie. I think their chances aren't too rough right now.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to tell again because of like where UTD's at, but I think they showed really some sparks of a pretty great team. That last overtime, it was a bit flubby from both teams, and I think that was very clear. Like UTD, I can't remember how many times it just felt like they could have transitioned ahead, gotten ahead of that rotation, and really taken it to Colorado, but they got nervous. They got really shaky, and Colorado were just able to be consistent enough in that offense to eventually get the goal.
Yeah, unfortunate for UTD. I mean, they tried their hardest, but Colorado looked good. I will give it to them consistently on offense. I will give them props, though. Their passing plays, when they were able to connect with each other, were so clean at times. So congrats to you guys. Congrats on winning your last one of the day on stream. We are going to head back over to the desk. There's a lot to talk about here. So, yeah, hi, guys. Hello.
Had to put the glasses back on one last time here as well.
I don't know where my
it's okay, Eric. It's okay. But still, unfortunate for UTD. They do go down that matchup. They have one more series to go. I like the improvised glasses. And still, they weren't able to get the victory. But that is the most solid we've seen them play in quite some time, Bass. It's unfortunate that it happened this late, but Luby tried to carry them in the end, got 3 goals for his team, and just had to watch the ball just go right past them into the back of the net for their last potential loss of the season.
We're wondering why I'm saluting. This is a goodbye to the death of Texas. It's officially over. Texas Rocket League and Collegiate is no longer what it used to be here. We've got an SEU who have played like 3 games total throughout the summer and still need to fight for a playoff spot. And we got UTA and UTD putting in performances like that. It is a unfortunate day here for the Texas scene, man. Look, Texas was the hub for West for a long time. It is very clear that the CRL scene has leveled up, and unfortunately, they're not quite there yet. And it pains me because some of the people, like the guys who are a part of the teams in Texas themselves, are some of the loveliest human beings on the planet. They are super supportive. They have got great programs. They do a ton. It just kind of sucks because it kind of feels like some of the best players coming out of Texas right now are getting picked out and going to other universities. Woozy is over at Boise. We've got I'm trying to think of what's another really good Texas player that I know just... Oh, C-Money. Left to Ole Miss. Like, you got to keep these players here, and unfortunately, this is the result. When they're not able to keep the best players in Texas on these Texas teams, they are
apparently Yokes is from
series
Texas.
Like this. Who is?
Yokes.
Oh, that's... Wow. Okay, that's even more salt in the wounds. Yikes.
Later. Yikers.
Ouch. But hey, Texas beat Texas, and that's what we usually see happen in these matchups. And speaking of Yokes here, Seb, I mean, Yokes was the gun show that we saw throughout that entire series. Popped off every single time. Hat-trick in 85 seconds in game 1. I mean, what can't this player do?
It's just clear that Colorado really lives and dies by how Yokes plays, and I think when Yokes is yoked, Colorado is very much yoked. But when he's not, I mean, you really see it. Like the fact that the game that UTD actually won, it just felt very poor in the defensive end. But when the offense is on, when Colorado are able to find each other, and when Yokes is clipping, that is when Colorado can be a top 6 team.
Well, looking at things going forward for those Texas teams out there, Herc, you have some words of encouragement for those squads who might have fallen by the wayside and need to rise from the ashes for the fall season?
My apartment has a pool if anyone wants to hang out and watch party.
There you go. Go hang out with Herc.
Commiserations, you know? Hey, listen.
God.
At the end of the day, there's a good chance you might actually get a Texas team in playoffs. We don't know how St. Edward's going to
There's
do,
potential.
which is a lot
Theoretically,
more than what
they
I can
should.
say about Canada. Okay, so I'll leave it there.
Hey, Canada
Look,
still
man, your
technically has
best
a
team-
chance if they play their
Your
games.
best team didn't even play this summer. I'm just going to state
That's
that.
true.
Like,
That's
again,
true.
we should have had Lucian, Blaze, and I'm forgetting the third at this point, and it's going to bother me that I can't. Not Jerry. It's some other player like that, though.
No,
of that
Jerry's on
caliber.
Montreal.
Yeah, I know. That's why I say
We
it's
have a
not
lot of
Jerry. I know
Canadian
it's somebody
teams that
else.
could have been in here. Okay,
Next time.
next
Got
time.
one?
What?
They still technically can make playoffs. They played like 4 total
Yeah,
games,
Durham
so you
still
have no idea
technically
what's
could.
going to happen in this final week.
If they play the
GG's,
games,
guys.
please play y'all's matches. And if you have any issues, that's just the admins. They'll get you sorted with whatever they can do. But even then, we do have to talk about the schedule for today and how things have went down and give you a bit of a recap if you just caught the tail end of the broadcast. Some decent matches. I mean, no sweeps, and exclamation point bummed me in the chat. We don't like to stream sweeps, so it's nice to see that at least. Game 5, Southern Miss getting their only Game 5 victory. Every other Game 5 victory, they're 1-7 in Game 5s. Officially, or almost officially, out of the conversation for the top 6. 0.21% chance there. So, rough spot for them. If they got those Game 5 victories, they could have easily been in the top 6. Speaking of that, Ole Miss still fighting for almost a 50% chance to be in that top 6. Based on how their last 2 series go, 7-6 here. Getting that victory against Akron Gold was crucial, especially a 3-1 victory at that. Columbia, too, a 3-1 was huge for them. They potentially could even get into the top 2 if they beat St. Edwards and OC Esports lose to St. Edwards. So that's something to keep an eye on. Boise, getting a game at least helps them, but they need more than that, where that came from, for them to actually have a chance to get into that top 6. And it'd be a weird West top 6 without Boise, to be honest. And Colorado, still technically in the conversation, but a 3-0 would have benefited them much more game differential wise, because the other teams above them still have better game differential. So a good win, a good series, but might not be enough for them at the end of the day. And let's take a look at the East standings again one more time, so that we can give you a bit of an update as things have gone on in the background. This is where things are currently. Northwood and West Virginia 100% locked in. Ball State and Davenport basically, and Akron basically locked in. It's Ole Miss playing gatekeeper now. If they beat Akron, they're pretty much locked in as that 6th spot. But if they lose, then it busts wide open for the rest of the teams, depending on how that game differential goes. And that's what I want to ask you about, Bass. Outside of Ole Miss, who do you think's got the best shot here?
I was mentioning it before. I still believe it's going to be Fisher College. I think Fisher have a really good chance here based on the teams that they still have to play. If they can take some big wins, it would be huge. The issue for them, though, is they quite literally need those wins. They have 3 games left total. They need to get an 8-7 record, because game differential-wise, they are not beating Mississippi. They need Mississippi to lose their next 2. If Mississippi wins either of their next 2, it's basically over. But if they lose the next 2, get a 7-8 record, there is a world where Fisher can turn this around based on the teams they have left. And honestly, I still want to root a little bit for Bruton Parker, even if the odds are against them, and the odds are very low. They are the, I think, 3rd highest team outside of Mississippi right now, odds-wise. Akron Gold's got good odds, over 10%. Kennesaw State also has that over 10%. But really, I am looking at that Bruton Parker team to be one of the ones to make upsets. And Seb, I'll throw in Durham for you, because technically they do somewhat still have a chance, considering how many games they've got left.
True. They do have a decent percentage to actually get into that top 6. I mean, technically 0.00 with some more numbers in there to get top 2 and 3, which is insane to think about, but very unlikely.
Yeah,
we
why
do
not?
have to say goodbye, though, to some of those teams who did fall by the wayside, and those who are basically on the cusp of that. Stockton are out officially. Southern Miss pretty much out at this point too. Same for ISU, Syracuse as well. Shawnee, with their losses that came through, are pretty much out of the competition, game diff and series wise there. So really the ones in the running: Durham, Bruton Parker, Kennesaw, Fisher, Akron Gold, and Ole Miss. And these are kind of the teams we expected going into this bracket that would have that shot. ISU, I think, is kind of the biggest upset that we have seen so far on performance, and it's just really unfortunate to see that. But we can't spend too much time on the East. We got to move on over to the Western Conference here, and this is where things were more spicy that we were seeing. I mean, we have our 3 teams locked in already: Maryville, Oklahoma, Columbia College. But then it kind of gets interesting from then on out. San Diego and Oregon almost locked in with the game differential and the series wins that they have. But after that, I mean, Herc, who are you rooting for to make it into that top 6?
I don't know. I guess Boise, like they're that
Yeah.
one team that you're like, man, I really hope you guys get it together and start to figure it out. But of course, they're part in my heart that's like, dear Lord, St. Edwards and Lubbock, just give Texas like something good for once. You guys have the opportunity to save us all. But yeah, those honestly, the bottom three, 7, 8, and 9 are anybody could do it, especially if Boise looked the way they did today. And I mean that in like a you guys need to get it together way.
Yeah, Boise at this state needs a couple of upsets to go in their favor. Looking at the rest of the schedule that they have for them, they have Kansas, Mizzou, and St. Edwards. So they, of course, need all 3 of those wins to have a shot. But then some more help afterwards to even get into that top 6 conversation. So it's not out of their hands just yet, but they do have to have some luck on their side to get into that top 6. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them. St. Edwards, I mean, we just don't know because they haven't played enough games. But if they do play how they did before, they should make it into that top 6, which would be unfortunate for Mizzou of all teams. Because looking at the Oregon and Mizzou schedules side by side, Mizzou still has Boise,
done.
of course. Oh, Oregon's done?
9-6. That's end. They're done. That's
oh,
all.
okay.
That's all. That's
there
their
we
final
go.
record.
So they don't need to play any more games. So they could still technically not make it, which is crazy to think about. But Mizzou, they play Boise and then they play St. Edwards. So if Mizzou wins both those series, they can guarantee themselves a top 6 spot too. St. Edwards is really the team that all these rosters have to face off against, and then that determines who makes top 6.
That's because St. Edwards has played 5 games total throughout the entirety of Summer Series.
Play
your
games.
games, please. Just play your games. Oh my God. While I do have the chance here, though, can I just give a shout out? San Diego State repping California as it should be. Finally, they put it together. I cannot explain to you how happy I am to see that a San Diego State, who we knew would be good this summer, not only actually were good, but they got over the hump of, hey, this is our testing time. We all said that if this team does as they should, they will be a playoff contender. Yep. They did not look good at the beginning of Summer Series. They looked infinitely better at the end. I am so happy to see that they are not locked for playoff yet, but there is a very real world where they make it.
Yeah, they are very close to that. But their last series that San Diego State have to play this weekend, it's against Maryville. And that's going to be a tough matchup at that, too. So they could also be in the same boat as Oregon, 9-6. And you see the record for some of these other squads. It's potential for them to get there. I mean, LCU could technically get 9-6.
That would be a crazy
on their
comeback,
side.
by the way. If they manage
that would be. Boise could also technically get 9-6, as we see here too, with their current record. So they are still in the running for that. There could be like a 3-way tie technically based on record, come down to game differential, which is just insane to think about for that too. There's so many scenarios where things can go down. But I mean, Bass, I do have to give you a shout out because on your stream on Friday, you are having a very important matchup: Akron versus Ole Miss, which could be potentially determine who is going to make that 6th spot. If Akron win, then it's wide open. If Ole Miss win, then they basically cement it, because looking at the matches that Ole Miss have remaining for themselves, they have Durham afterwards. So Durham could play spoiler there too, which would make it even easier. So hey, we're waiting for you to play some matches. But again,
play your matches.
This is where it's fun to speculate. We could spend all night speculating, but we will see the matches as they come through. We'll post them on Twitter as best we can. Champ League Show. Shout out to Shu, who's been doing some amazing work with that, like killing it. And again, like an amazing 4 weeks of league play we've had so far. I want to go down the line, see favorite memory and moment up to this point, and expectations for a team to do well. Now, I can't say win it yet because we don't know who's there yet in the top 6 if they make it, starting with Seb.
So my favorite memory of Summer Series thus far was not actually during league play. It was during quals, and it was when Durham College reverse swept USM to completely demoralize a team. That felt great. I'll take all the losses, but that one made up for it. And of course, seeing all the Canadian teams not qualify was great. As far as top 6 teams that I think I believe it was predicted to kind of do well.
Just one team out of teams that you think will make top 6 that you predict to do well. I'm gonna say my favorite is the Cats. That's my favorite.
Yeah. One team that I think is gonna make top 6. Was that the question, sir?
one team that you think will make top 6 that is going to do well in playoffs?
Oh, jeez. I mean,
it's tough.
So here's the thing. I think for the East, I think Bass is literally onto something in picking Fisher College. I think there is a lot of like untapped potential from them. Akron Gold is a little weird to me, but I definitely think Fisher has been on the upward trend. I think they're starting to get comfortable as a team. I think we're starting to see their peak in terms of player combinations, player chem. I think in the West, it has to be St. Edwards. I'm sorry. St. Edwards, like, I get it. No matches played, but like, dude, they were in the Nationals for CRL Fall. They were the only competition to a 15-0 Boise State. I can't deny them their flowers until I'm proven wrong.
That's valid. What about you, Herc?
I mean, I don't have like one in particular. I think it's more just getting to be back. I didn't think I was gonna get to be able to be back with my schedule, so I was so just stoked to be a part of it again. But honestly, all the player interviews, people have been so much more talkative and
So
open
true.
to making these so much more in depth and being able to learn about them so much more. So I'm very appreciative. I hope the players are watching this and they know how grateful we all are that they're willing to do something like that more often now. So yeah, those are definitely some of my favorite moments that have happened throughout the summer.
And team that you think is going to do well in the championships. Just need that quick prediction too.
Oh, dude. Yeah, hopefully a Texas team. It's not gonna happen, but hopefully a Texas
St.
team.
Hey, just
Edwards,
go with
man.
St. Edwards again.
Just go
There
with
you
St.
go.
Edwards.
Don't play your games, guys.
Go play your
Yeah,
games.
exactly. Bass the wrap us up.
Honestly, I don't have a specific moment. I do have one moment that's going to be really exciting. This one right now. Seb, Durham College, another loss. They just lost to USM. The USM just finally got a win, and it's against DC out of everybody.
No.
Canada, how could you? Anyways, that was one of my favorite moments, being able to tell Seb that right
Canada
there.
said,
Another really
Seb said
favorite
Canada
moment,
losing, and then it happens real time.
Dang,
dude,
that's
it's
crazy.
I got some powers. You ain't seen a caster curse like this. No, actually though, my favorite part of this season by far, the West looks good. Dude, I am so happy to see not only a West that is like actually leveled up and looks talented, it's the fact that the entirety of the Western Conference finally looks competitive. Yeah, we've got a lower side that probably still needs to step it up just a little bit, but it fills me with joy as one of the only people who has screamed the names of the Western Conference from the highest of heights for literally years to finally have it to where there are multiple teams we are sending into playoffs who legitimately could take down Eastern teams, who could get a real fight in playoffs as a whole. It warms my heart to see that, and because of that, the team I'm watching, Maryville, we have talked you guys up. I have seen you play on land. I know how good you are. Send Buddy off on a final hurrah where he gets the upset over Northwood. The revenge tale would be incredible. I have high expectations for this team.
Yeah, West being good must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice. But also, we got to talk about the East a little bit before we wrap things up. Northwood, WVU, Ball State, Davenport, Akron, and whoever the 6th team is, that is the most stacked top 6 we have ever had in Collegiate Rocket League. So, like, any of those teams, regardless of who gets that 6th spot in the Eastern Conference, has a chance to win it all, is the biggest thing to talk about. Maybe not as much for those teams that are at that 6th spot, but like Northwood, WVU, Ball State have all kind of like traded wins here and there. Akron's like right underneath that threshold, and Davenport are still proving themselves, but Cam has that experience. So there's like a lot to talk about for that as well. Maryville as that challenger from the Western Conference. OC Esports also doing really good for themselves. Shout out to them. I mean, this is the best result we've seen from them, and hopefully they continue to improve from there on out. But there's always upsets. There's always great matches to be had. It's been a great time to be with you all for the regular season of Summer Series. But that's all the time we have for now. We will see you next week.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Hold on. It's not over because Creams is Canadian.
Okay, I shouldn't have given him the final word. Take us out. Forget it.
We're not done yet. It's
Canada
not
can
over.
win. Anyway, with that, thank you all for tuning in for the 4 weeks of League Play. We'll be back not this weekend, but next on the Friday. It is going to be a great time, so make sure that you tune in then. I believe it is going to be starting at 6 p.m. No, 8 p.m. Eastern will be the first match. We're just doing lower round 1 starting on that Friday. So make sure you tune in. Also, keep an eye on the Twitter feeds to see exactly what the final bracket's going to be.
Champ League show.
And see how that goes as well. Champ League show as well. We got that coming up too. I don't know if we're doing one this week, but we'll be doing one next week for sure.
Follow it just to
do
stay up
that.
to date with the
Just follow it to
results.
stay up to date. And follow all of us, Vodable, Sebdot, Hercules and Bass from the past. Thank you as well to our lovely production crew. Can't forget them. Sleegy subbing in this time for JSA.
And
Got
Taco.
RJ, Parker Penguin, Zodic, and Kylie there in the background too. And of course, Danger Taco, who is repping the OG stream today and in the chat supporting. And all of you lovely viewers who've been here the entire time. The fans for Duckworth, the fans for your own schools, and the fans who have been tuning in this entire time. We could not do this without you. And we also could not do this without Nelnet Bank, our sponsor. Thank you all for tuning in to the regular season of the Summer Series, and we'll see you on the championships.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
No matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gonna stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the floating block. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small.